Hey everybody. My internet's working. No more power issues. Officially fixed. So, the schedule should maintain Tuesday and Friday as usual. And, Movey Shooty Tuesday's back, baby! Didn't get to do it last week. Also, like, I've run through a lot of these games, so doesn't hurt to skip sometimes. So there's a couple random games that I've seen on Steam I wanted to look at. So I'm just gonna do that today. I got 1 or 2 demos, and the rest are like longer 2-hour games. So I'll try to get the shorter stuff out of the way early. That song was "Nothing Ever Happened" by Deer Hunter. Listen to Deer Hunter. Just do it. Where did I find that song? I'm glad you asked, person in the chat who definitely asked. So the final show Feed Me Jack ever played before their band broke up, they played a portion of this song, "Nothing Ever Happened." I can't remember what the other half was. I think it was like until it was something off Chump Free. Hold on. It was Promiscuity, which is one of their best songs. Anyways, it was one of the last songs they ever played before they went under. And it was like the last live song they ever played. So that's how I found Deer Hunter. Great art rock indie. I don't know if I'd say prog, but you heard the song. You know what to expect. So before I get started, just one last thing to let everyone know. 3 days left on the plush. I don't know that I'll be able to extend it or rerun it or anything. I promise if I get the chance to, I will. I'm not trying to make it limited. It's just I only have certain options as, like, at my level of creator. So, if you want to get one, you got 3 days. If not, I'll have a couple extra that I might find a opportunity to give away or, you know, hand out in some capacity. But, yeah, 3 days left on the campaign itself. Anyways, I don't think there's anything holding me up here. So, I'm just going to play what I think is probably the shortest demo I have on hand, which is a game called Force Reboot. I just found this one today. I was doing some late minute, like, I gotta find some stuff, so I'm not playing one game all stream. And I just found a random game. Called Force Reboot. And I'm double checking my chat to make sure I didn't miss anything. Thanks for the sub, Morkand Poon. Yeah. So I'm just gonna jump in and play, but per usual, I'm usually kind of a chat-oriented stream, so please don't feel like you're getting in the way if you use it. Space to jump. I can do that. I need to make sure my audio isn't completely... Yeah, no, that's pretty loud. Audio check, microphone check. I'm talking to the mic and I gotta make sure it's the best. This is giving me vibes. Who knows what vibes, but they're good vibes. Alright, yeah. So, I need a... Give me a bore emoji in chat if the audio level is good. And give me an up or down if I need to change it. I feel like it's still a little low. I think I'm good, right? So right off the bat, I don't know if this creator has any association with New Blood or Megadeth, Ultra Kill, Violent Murder, but instantly I'm sort of getting that early, I don't know, PS2 I don't know what this graphical style is, but it has this, I'm gonna feel like an idiot if I use the word comic book, but it has that really, low poly design, which I dig. Destroy everything. No. And I don't know anything about this game. I have not played it pre-stream. I found it like an hour ago, and I just thought it would make a good fit for the night, so we'll see if it holds up. Your health is constantly getting lower. Kill enemies to restore. Yeah, this is almost too on the nose. I mean, this is literally the first room in Ultra Kill. Look, a hammer. Also, the jump is weirdly low. I got a white boy, huh? Okay. I'm just making sure I'm not missing something. I don't want to speak out of terms. This game might be sort of pre-generated roguelike, which is, I would assume it's intentional angle, that it's not a curated playthrough. But it... I cannot believe how ultra kill this is. This has Hakida's influence all over it. Damn. I fucked up my mouse sense the other day, so all of my settings are completely off. I don't want it to be an Ultra Kill clone. I like that it's using that as a base. I'm hoping it does something else. Because right now it does kind of just feel like... Yeah, it's like that other game, but green instead of red. Interesting they had this, your health's constantly draining gimmick. Movement feels good. If anything, it feels a little stiff. Like, you don't jump high and there's not really air control, but the dashing and the jump, the dashing and the sliding, I think they work fine. I'm not gonna say the music's bad. I swear I've heard this in Ultra Kill, which makes me think they might have not sampled, but based the music off of existing Ultra Kill music, which is interesting to me. But I don't know. I could just be hearing wrong. I've been reminded that I can kick, which I can do. You can't air dash. You can ground pound. Okay, my mistake. I saw the boxes hovering and I thought I could hover too. I think this demo's like 30 minutes long, so it shouldn't be dreadfully long. But if it's fun, I won't mind. It's new. Bouncy lamps. I will say, and I love Hakida. Just absolute adoration. But I will say the first level of Ultra Kill is not as visually as interesting as the rest of the game. Like level 2 onwards, it's phenomenal. But the first is really just red hallways. And this is also just hallways, but it's a nice green color. And no one can take that away from this game. And I don't think that's a problem for Ultra Kill, but like, I'd be lying if I didn't start playing Ultra Kill and my impression was a bit more, oh, this is sort of just boomer shooter. I don't think it's a problem, because Ultra Kill introduces the glass panes that you slam. Damn. There's a lot of environmental stuff in Ultra Kill that makes up for the first level. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about this. Your health's constantly draining. I mean, I just need to, like, remember and pay attention. But I don't see it often. I'll say that. May or may not be a good thing, but I don't see it often. Can really abuse the hop and pounds. A good thing, but it feels way more unintentional. I'm not sure if there's a level after this green industrial one, and I'm dying too much to see it if it's out there. It's just some of these rooms, they put 30 TNTs everywhere. How do I feel about this game? Don't get me wrong, it's recreated a lot of these concepts well, but I don't know if it stands on its own feet right now. Because it really does just feel like Ultra Kill's little brother who hasn't found his own identity yet. But I think this is where it's supposed to change that. So, the roguelike elements, which I've just found. No explosion damage, but every miss is damage. More slow-mo, but move to live. Reroll, but HP enemy boost. I'm curious if just not taking one. No, I can't not take one. More slow-mo? Is there a I didn't even notice there was a slow-mo. I like this one. As long as I don't miss, it's an upgrade. Always a fan of fast reloads. I can already kind of tell, you know, one of the biggest flaws of roguelikes for me is how quickly it can reuse rooms and building styles to just sort of become repetitive. And I've already seen the same room like 3 times, and this is only level 1. Uh-oh. I didn't slide. Give comment to the Sonic 2 release date. Is it out? Is the release date announced? I haven't even kept up. I did learn recently that Detective Pikachu 2 was silently canceled. Which kind of shocked me, that Sonic can get a sequel, but Detective Pikachu, they're just like, eh. Yeah. So, Detective Pikachu, the actors have gone on saying they'd love to reprise the roles, but there's no plans to make a second. It was talked about right after the release, but it was pretty much pseudo-confirmed. I don't think Nintendo's outright said it, or the Pokemon Company, I guess. But it's pretty much confirmed that Detective Pikachu is, if nothing else, not actively being developed. And to further solidify that, I know there's a live-action Pokemon series on Netflix coming, right? Which I would guess maybe is their internal replacement. 20 HP, but random damage. Shotgun. I'll take a shotgun. Also, there was a... Wasn't there like a... They're making Pokemon shorts now, live-action shorts, and they did one about a chef. And people were speculating that they used the models from Detective Pikachu for that short. Like, it looked like the same models from the movie. Sort of repurposed in a new style, that is. So, it's kind of further confirmation that, like, they're kind of using the scraps of Detective Pikachu to make other stuff. The other live-action stuff. So, yeah. If you didn't know, I'm sorry to break the news to you. I mean, the movie was okay. I was never singing its praises. Someone's asking the name of the game. It's, Force Reboot Demo. The demo of Force Reboot. On Steam. Double gun or SMG or reflect bullets. Pixelation with every miss. It's an interesting downside. No changes yet, but probably because I don't miss. I feel like this is going to be really bad in 5 minutes. While we're talking about release dates, just to give anyone an update that might be curious, I checked the Steam page for Shadow Warriors 3, and they've locked it in for a March 1st release date. So it is essentially confirmed that the next Shadow Warrior's coming out in like 2 weeks, if even. No explosion damage, but no explosion barrels? Well, what's the point then? Do enemies have explosion? Don't lose HP while moving. Ooh, I kind of like that one. But I can't tell what my HP is. I'll take it. So I don't have to worry now about passive HP drop. Thoughts on the next direct? Oh my god. Oh. I feel like I'm watching Japanese porn. I'm starting to feel the effects now. I think I forgot about the stipulation, so I've just been shooting very nonchalant. It seems like it goes down. I think it goes down when I hit my shots. I'm really hoping for Heavy and Smash in the next direct. I think it's time. I think they can confirm it. Oh. I beat it? Sex God is top 5. Oh, that was it? Aw, I was having fun. So that's short. I think it's gonna be a standard direct. There's gonna be Kirby stuff. There's gonna be some weird, secondary Pokemon stuff, but I don't follow anything else they do. Probably like announce info about the Netflix series. Splatoon 3, definitely up there. And just a dozen random indies that I don't care about. So they said the Direct is about things coming in early 2020, right? Which is why I don't think we're going to get a ton about Breath of the Wild, because I would think that's going to be late 2020. And by that point, they'll just do a summer Direct. I do think it is kind of funny that it was Gil the Sunner, right? The YouTube channel that uploads music OSTs. They got hyper-claimed on YouTube, and their channel shut down entirely. And then like a week later, I think, I don't know the timeline, Nintendo released the Diamond and Pearls, all of the sounds and music for free use. And I was just sort of perplexed by that. And I don't want it. They might have done it before, but I got the impression that it was just really awkward timing where they got a bunch of heat for, you know, copyright striking. And then they just threw people a bone. Like, we're not assholes. We just expect everyone to use their Nintendo Switch as a music player. Hey, it fits in a pocket. If you're wearing men's yoga pants, what's the issue? I'm sure most of you have had this thought at some point, but it really is frustrating how hard it is Nintendo makes it to get their music, to play their old games. And then they get mad when people share it themselves. Like, they're super hype, anti-emulation, anti-piracy, but they don't give you any way to buy fucking Wind Waker in modern day and play it on a new console. They don't let you buy any of their soundtracks. Half of them, like, not on Spotify. They're super anal about having it on YouTube. It's really weird, because they have this expectation of, if you want to hear our music, the Switch has a music player. But nobody is going to walk around with their Switch in their pocket to listen to the Animal Crossing theme. I mean, some people do, but I'm not one of those people. Some people don't have pockets that big. Not even for a light. Peace, crony. So I'll play it one more time. I think I've already seen the whole game. There are a couple weapons that you get through the roguelike elements, so I'm curious to play it a little more. But yeah, this does feel like an amalgamation of Ultra Kill and Post Void. It's definitely Ultra Kill mechanics with roguelike cards and stuff thrown in. Which, I don't think it's bad. It's an angle. I still would kind of rather just see Ultra Kill modded to have this. I think I would have more fun there, but it doesn't have it yet, so give them credit. I can't believe you still remember the Taco Bell big box thing. Dash, but enemy attack boost. Okay. And thank you, Hurricane. I didn't look at the middle one, I just wanted a dash. No. No. I feel like I'm not going to use this dash at all. You can't side dash. You can only forward dash. Not even backwards. So what's the point? The whole point of a dash is dodging. Huh. This game is Force Reboot. I'm not against it. I think it would do them well to try and take their own angle on it, because it feels like they're leaning too far into Ultra Kill. And I'm not gonna say I don't enjoy it, because I love Ultra Kill. But you know, it's a demo. When they make a full game, I'm gonna keep an eye on this, because I'm having fun. But I'm curious to see if they'll throw in some new mechanics that wouldn't come from Hakida's brain. So I'm just going to stop there. I don't really feel like playing another run of it. And the next one I'm going to play, I'm actually going to double check. I've got 2 full games. I think they're full games. I want to see which is shorter. Alright, it looks like Severed. So, I've played the Severed Steel demo before. I'm going to play another game, which isn't as much of a movement shooter, but it's like a first-person boomer shooter. And it's called Forgive Me Daddy. Father. Forgive Me Father is the name of this game. Forgive me, foolish father. What I know about this game is it's got some HP Lovecraft art, you know, character artwork designs. And it's not super movement based, but it is sort of one of those fast hallway shooters, which is enough for my kind of bare minimum of these streams. The next game I have is way more movement, so I think this is a good change of pace from the last game. So first off, double checking my settings. Okay. Claim or came. On that last one, it's a claim. I don't want to like put it in a category. So yeah, this is the game. Just they throw you in. There's a madness bar which is filled up by killing enemies and drinking alcohol. The higher the madness, the more damage you deal. And the less you take. Is it laggy? Let's get a double checked in. Oh, it looks like my stream's dropping. How about now? Slideshow? Or good show? Still. Oh, man. Alright, technical difficulties. How are the frames now? Is it still ass? It's fine now? That's weird. It must be something with the game capture. Hold on, I'll like... I see the frame rates dropping now. It's only when I open the game. This is, strange. Okay, maybe I'm not playing this game. Just endure for a couple moments here. I'm dropping all my settings and just seeing if it helps. I made the resolution as like low as humanly possible. Frame check. It looks so grainy. This is literally how it feels to not have your glasses on. I'm gonna see if I can raise it a bit, because this is too low. Still good? Raised it up to like 50%. Alright, guess we'll work with it. Let me see if I can change that graininess. I can turn the grain off. This doesn't look quite as nice, but it is more readable. It lags when I shoot. I'm gonna give it another like 3 minutes of my bumble fixes and just see if I can power through it. You can shoot the head in its hand. Looks like it's another key hallway shooter. Okay. So even though I'm running on the lowest resolution, I'll say the game looks good. It's got an art style. Did anyone know why Overwatch was trending today? I saw, like, I think one of the ex-devs, like, they made a version of the map Paris where it rains. And all of the responses are, like, you can't even play Paris. It's not even in rotation. Like, why did you... Like, it looks cool, but why was that made? I don't think it was trending for a reason. Looks like I circled back. I don't have time for fairy tales. What is this game? This game is Forgive Me, Father. I don't know if I recommend it yet. It's only been like 3 minutes. I think this is just a big problem with boomer shooters in general. There's a lot of games that they have good fundamentals. They know how to make the game, but they don't always know how to make it distinct in the genre. If you don't mind that sort of thing, yeah, I'm enjoying it. Drunk Santa is the save point for this game. With a knife. There is jumping. I thought that said watch your fuck. Watch your back, kid. Ow. The Northern Hunters. I want to just pose a random question and just see if anyone can, like, point me in a good direction. So, I've been going down an animator rabbit hole where I just, like... So, like, Jesse Baumgartner, which a name that might ring some bells for you. Really talented animator that used to make some really awesome, just sort of practice SFM animations. I don't want to go down the list of stuff he's made, but I've been watching a bunch of his old animations, which are still, to this day, like, top-tier SFMs. And it had me thinking about, like, I've never really thought about if I have, like, a top 10 animators. And now I've been going down sort of a rabbit hole of looking for really talented industry or not video game animators, like people who make the taunts, the view model animations. Hypo is another example, who makes the funny reloads. But he's Hypo's also done work on Titanfall, I think Titanfall 2, and a lot of Call of Duty. So he's like a really amazing industry animator. So I don't know if I'm gonna make a video on it, but a part of me kind of wants to collect a list of some of my favorite video game animators and maybe just gush about them. Link it. Hell, I'll pause the stream and show you some of them. Just let me do this staircase. Any excuse for me to show some of these animations on stream, I don't mind. So I'll show you my favorite SFM animator first. Just pick something cool he made. So this is by Jesse Baumgartner. Kind of under the radar, as most animators are. This is called Trash Fight Part 1. I'm a YouTube streamer now. That's a callback to another animation he made. By the way. Just wait. So, he's a great body animator, but he really shines in... You'll see. This is the kind of shit that made me want to learn SFM. He does not hold back in any capacity, and I love it. This is Jesse Baumgartner, by the way, if you want a name check. Tragically underrated. And that's it. That's the thing. So he says it's part 1, but he never released part 2. But that's probably my favorite SFM animator. Less than 100k views on this. And just for anyone that's curious, I figured this out the other day. He did block out the rest of that fight here, I think. So if you want to see what happens in the rest of the fight, this is like he posts phase by phase or pass by pass, so you can see his animations go from blocking all the way to finished. So anyways, just fun fact, the rest of that fight is blocked out, but he never finished the pass. So if you're curious. But yeah, that's one of my favorite animators. The other one, I would say, Hypo's a great animator, but there's another one, right? Or am I getting the name? I think I'm getting the names mixed up. The fuck is... Hyper. I'm thinking of Hyper. Yeah. And he put out something recently. I'll show you what he just put out. if you're a sucker for first-person animations, he is much more on the radar. Absolutely phenomenal. I could go down a rabbit hole. I think he put out a demo. I want to see if that's still up on his channel. Because he shows some of the work he did on COD and Titanfall somewhere. But I can't... Oh, Titanfall 2 Animation Showcase. So yeah. Hyper... I keep saying Hypo. Hyper, did a bunch of this work. For one of my favorite games, so... Yeah, this is the rabbit hole I've been going down recently. Just, like, all of the animators that really... inspire me on wanting to get better at it. I won't go through the whole video, but now you know. Arrow? Yeah, no, Arrow is a fantastic animator too. I've learned about his stuff recently. Highly recommended if you're into, I don't know, my kind of videos, like just animated people talking at the camera. So, yeah. I'll go ahead and show it, because Hypo, I mentioned him earlier. He's got some fantastic stuff too.
Hey, what the hell? It's me, Dookie Nukie. I've come here to kick ass and chew bubblegum, and I'm gonna do it really loudly in your ear. You like that, huh? You sick motherfucker.
It blows my mind, the level of reactiveness some people get out of this program. Yeah, so, that's another one. If you're into, just great body animation. I wasn't planning on having this just be a whole, animator rabbit hole. But yeah, those are a few examples of who I've just been really eyeballing recently. And so yeah, feel free to send me names if you want to share some of your favorites. Who knows, I might talk about it in detail later. I'm still mad a little bit that they don't do the Saxies anymore, because I wanted to have my own, and I know I'm self-centered here. I wanted to, every year they do the Saxies, I was going to do a stream where I watch all of the Saxie nominations and just make like a bingo game out of it. And then they stopped doing the Saxies. So I just can't really do that. You know what? I do kind of want to, I want to try something. I'm going to look up SFM and sort it by upload date. Yeah, that's exactly what I expected. And we're going to see how long it takes to see something that isn't FNAF. It took 7 scrolls. This is how long it took to find something that wasn't FNAF.
What? That's immoral. I'm listening.
Nice. I dig it. I mean, yeah, it's... You would think TF2 would be more prominent in it, but no. Alright, I'm not... This is not what I'm here for. If I'm gonna do an SFM stream, I'll plan it out. Would anyone be interested in a SFM night? Because now that I'm thinking about it out loud, the Saxies were canceled years ago, but I don't really watch SFMs on my own, and there's probably a backlog of actually decent stuff. I wouldn't be against maybe Friday night. I'll crack open a couple beers, make a bingo game out of it. Yeah, the thing I'm worried about is, like, when you're sorting by new on YouTube, someone might sneak in a cock or a titty. But I'm willing to take that risk. I can even maybe curate a list beforehand. I'll keep you updated, because I kind of like that idea. Maybe on Friday, I'm just going to do like a movie night, but for SFM. Oh. Dynamite can come alive. The presentation of this game is great. I like this area. This feels very unique. Good music, good art style. Alright. Admittedly, it's not a movement game, but not everything has to be. Blue in my chat says 3D animated porn is either dog shit or Pixar level quality. There's no in between. A connoisseur of beachdiva.mp4, I see. Should have never said that. I've seen some of the memes, yeah. Which I do find hilarious. What you need to understand is how profitable making porn of video game characters is. Some would say the only reason Overwatch is relevant is because of a booming third-party business. So yeah. I mean, there are people that... I mean, porn in general. There are still people that, like, make a living off of modeling cocks for, like, Second Life and stuff. So, it does not surprise me. I don't know where I am. I'm on normal difficulty, but I won't lie, this game's a little brutal. Thanks, Nijiro. So I do have like one or two other games I want to get to, and I'm not deciding yet, but I might cut this game short to play another if this ends up going for a while. But I'm having fun. This is something I want to finish. But I'll definitely be playing for another half an hour or so. Increase the res. Well, the issue is my stream seems to get particularly laggy. I'll try it again, and we'll see if it's better this time. Yeah, let me know if it drops. Is it a roguelike? No, it's a linear game, but I keep going back to the start of the level because I'm dying. Bonk. Thank you for asking what I've been up to, a Twitch chat member. So recently I've been listening to some podcasts and reading like a couple books. Not a couple, just like literature about Taoism. Which is, it's not connected to Buddhism. I don't know what its relationship with Taoism is. There's Taoism and Taoism. But the reason is because my D&D character is based on Jin Chan, which is a money frog. Which is... there's a whole rabbit hole. So there's this Taoist writer. I don't know if I'd call him a philosopher. Or her? Lu Hachan? They wrote this little story about a three-legged frog that was sort of a symbol of the moon and immortality and fortune. And I based my D&D character off of this folklore. And because of that, I figured, why don't I learn a bit more about what Taoism is, and maybe it'll influence how I play the character. Sounds pretentious? Well, what isn't when it comes to philosophy? There's nothing crazy. My general takeaway from Taoism so far has been it's sort of life is Buddhism is more sort of you can find meaning in your suffering and you can find happiness in it. Well, Taoism is life doesn't have to be suffering. Life just is. Life's just a thing that exists, and you kind of control what state you choose to be in. Which is why it's kind of important to not call them similar things. I know they influence each other a lot, but Taoism is more life just ebbs and flows. We're in the middle of it, and sometimes you have to you can't fight the stream as it's carrying you down. That's not to say let the stream carry you, you know, into the riverbank where it drowns you. But it's more about thinking calmly in the moment as you're going downstream to plan. Maybe this is going too far of a metaphor, but yeah, that's what I've learned so far. Which does align with, you know, a lot of Buddhist principles of mindfulness. You can only control so much. I'm pretty early into the learning curve of Taoism, but if you were curious, there's a little appetizer. Sikhism, Taoism, Buddhism, and Shinto. Nice. That's cool. I don't have any formal education on it. It's more of my own spiritual journey. I need to... Speaking of mindfulness, I need to be mindful of, my skill tree. Gain experience from killed enemies faster. It will pay off in the long run. If I can sort of up my HP, I wouldn't mind it. The XP... I'm gonna start with XP. Isn't that what enlightenment is? Not seeing anything as good or bad? You could construe the definition of enlightenment as that. My personal... what I would think is enlightenment... Enlightenment isn't, like... There is no such thing as good or bad. It's feeling like you can navigate the good and the bad in a healthy manner. Because I think it's kind of a fool's errand to think there aren't good and bad, negative and positive things to life. That's what karma is, isn't it? Like, karma, in theory, is, you know, in a past life, you did something, and so in this life, that's your familiar. Your base setting is you're inclined to repeat certain actions. So if you were a really bad person in the bad life, your karma might be weighed more towards, you know, those sorts of mistakes. So I think there's good and bad. I think humanity itself is all about the subjective organization of good and bad. What helps us, what hurts us. I like how you put it, Triggered. Enlightenment is a word for learning. I think the deceptive thing about the word enlightenment is it sounds like you've reached a point where you understand. Like you're on top of the mountain and you can see every side of it while only looking one way. But that's not what it is. Enlightenment is knowing, even if you're looking down the south end of the mountain, there's a north end that you don't see right now. it would be less enlightened to look down the south and think that's all there is at the bottom of the mountain. Like, oh, I see ruins of a abandoned village at the south end of this mountain. That's all there is to the world. Ruin. But if you turned around and looked down the north side, you might find an open field with animals grazing it. That's not to say you're enlightened because you know how to turn around. But I would say you're probably better off taking in all that info. But that's my interpretation. That's not a quote out of a book. That's just me formulating words. Am I still doing my D&D sessions? Yeah. Every Wednesday. I don't have character art yet, but I can show you, like, the drawing I use for D&D, if you're curious. Because, I think it's fair to show you because, Jin Chan, who it's based off of that Taoist story, influenced how I designed my D&D character. So yeah, I'll show you it. I gotta find it on my never-ending desktop of video assets, though. Got like 100 images in here I gotta wade through. It's gonna look super good. Oh yeah. It's pretty beautiful. So this is my D&D character. He's called Coin. I found a picture of a buff frog, and I put a coin in its mouth. And my D&D sessions are every Wednesday, so I made this to post in the Discord every time we start the session. So this is my D&D character. Yeah, that little coin in his mouth was... It's a iconography to Jin Chan, the three-legged frog. The way my character uses it, he just kind of... He sucks on coins like they're toothpicks or cigarettes. Because it's just a comfort thing for him. There's actually a lore reason. I don't want to... Oh, I'm playing the game without even showing you. Sorry, I just get so into it. So he has a coin in his mouth. The running reason is just because he likes having a coin in his mouth. He tells people he likes the taste of it. But the lore reason is that he thinks it brings him luck. He wants to find lucky coins, and when he thinks he has a lucky coin, he sucks on it. He throws it in his mouth like a toothpick. And when he thinks it's unlucky, like when something bad happens, he spits it out and replaces it with a new coin. Which is parallel to the actual story of Jin Chan, who was supposed to be a symbol of luck. And the way the story is told is Jin Chan is this spirit frog that lives at the bottom of a well, but you can tempt it out by sort of waving a bag of money at the top, and it'll come out. And it'll eat the bag, and then you can just use the frog for, like, immortality. You can, like, lick Jin Chan. And that, so I think it's fun to integrate that kind of stuff into a D&D character, because it lets you develop them in the story, and you're not just playing a static, character. Which is what my last one was. My last character was just an old dude that likes boars. No points available. You can't shoot and light at the same time, which is hard for some of these enemies who just totally blend in. Give me the key. You said my character... Yeah, so grungs in D&D, which are frog people, they have poisonous skin. So if you touch them, or if they touch you, you get poisoned. But I'm playing a monk, an unarmed monk, so all of my attacks are just swinging karate chops. That's my strategy. Also, just while I'm on the subject, I'll share one more thing, and I'll move away from D&D discussion. But just to give you an idea of why I do the coin thing, like the coin in the mouth, we got captured by some pirates who were trying to, like, sell us off. And they locked us in their brig, in their little ship prison. And when we woke up in it, my character was like, well, this coin fucking sucks. And he spat it out under, or he spat it out, and when one of the ship crew came down to check on us, I bribed them with that coin to open the door. Because they're like, oh, we didn't check him, he's got money on him. So they came in to take it. So my unlucky coin was unlucky for the pirate ship who took it. Which, now that I think about it, you could argue it's lucky, but the thing is, the guy outside the cell took it, and then he got jumped. So anyways, what I'm saying is, lucky, you don't have to take the lucky feat to be lucky. That's what I'm saying. Jeez. Not really a HP system. Not really health packs around. Yeah, no, I adore my DM. I think he's fantastic at his system. We play 5e, but he's not a rules hard ass. He calls it the rule of cool, the way my DM runs D&D. He's like, if you can convince me that that's like a strategy, and you're like, it's believable, or just it's cool. He thinks it's cool, he'll go with it. Which I think is like the best DM style for me. Because I play by rules, but I like doing cheeky stuff. In my last session, we're in this sort of evil mermaid-infested cave, and we just started throwing rocks to throw off their alertness, because they hear a rock and they're like, what's that over there? It's total video game rules, but it's really fun. How do you play? There are a lot of ways. If you don't have people to play D&D with, there are people that host online D&D, and they're looking for people. You just gotta, like, find the websites where they're looking and put it in an application. Some DMs you can pay. Like, some DMs are professional, and you can just pay them, like, $10 a week, and you can play in their games, which I don't think is the worst deal. I've done it, and if you like the people you're playing with, it's really fun. Even if you're just doing a one-off or something. Someone in our party is level 0 because every time she goes, she like takes a death save. She goes unconscious. She loses a level. She's still level 0, and she's currently basically at the back of the line of our party, avoiding all damage. Nothing's really changed. We haven't gotten a level yet. Our next session's tomorrow, and we have to fight an old hag. But we should level after it. But yeah, just my weekly spiel that if you don't play D&D, but it sounds fun, I implore you to find a way to play it. I know it's hard to find a group. I know it's nerve-wracking to play with strangers, and, you know, a bummer if you don't have people to play it with. But I still think it is worth throwing yourself in a room with strangers to play. Because it's... I would say playing D&D is, like, the most... Like, it's more fun than playing video games for me. I hate to be that guy, but a good D&D session is, like, so much more personal and memorable than even, like, the best video game you can think of playing. Would heavily vouch for it. I'll keep going till 8:30. I'll give myself 15 minutes, and then I might switch over to Severed Steel. I'm enjoying this game, but I am dying a lot right now. How long is the average session? Everyone's different. My DM goes from 8 to 12, so we have like 4-hour sessions. Some DMs keep it to 2 hours. Some go shorter, some go longer. The last session of my last campaign went for like 9 hours. Because we were fighting a lich. There's no hard rule. But generally it's about 1.5 to 2.5 hours. But you gotta keep in mind, my 9-hour session came out of after like 4 months of weekly 4-hour sessions. So we were all totally on board for doing like an all-nighter. Because we didn't want to break up the lich fight into 2 sessions. We're like, let's take them on now. Let's commit to the bit. I got a point. Pray your wounds away with the power of faith. Oh, so I have a Q ability that does heal me, but I'm just not getting to these crosses. How much time did my last campaign took? I didn't keep track. So 4 sessions a month for about 5 months? Maybe, yeah, 5 to 6 months. 6 times 4. 24. 24 times 4. Is that like 96 hours? Averaged out? I think my numbers are off, but I would say it's probably around 100 hours total in my last campaign. But I will say I had a very lucky campaign, because everyone committed, mostly. Like, no one was ever late, we didn't have to cancel sessions, and our party made it to the end of the campaign. Sometimes people just quit halfway through, and you're like, well, what do we do now? I think we had like 2 people drop out in the weeks leading to the end because they just couldn't continue. But yeah, my D&D party pretty much stuck it all the way to the end. Which is a pleasant experience, but not one everyone gets. Sometimes you play 3 sessions and then it just ends. And you just gotta like move on. Yeah, so I get the feeling there are crosses I gotta use to heal myself, but I'm just... It's not till after this area. Doing well so far. HP's looking good. Where do I find these niche games? Usually what I do is I go on Steam and search by tag. Like this I found just by searching fast-paced first-person demo. And 90 of them are crap, and 3 of them are worth looking at. I won't call 90 of them crap, but 90 of them don't catch my eye. So I search around, I find the ones I think are worth checking out, and I check them out. Your second channel's name sounds like shooting a fish out of a pipe. Interesting. I thought recently it sounds like the metal footstep of a robot. Like the Iron Giant running a marathon. I see what you mean, though. Yeah, yeah. Just fish flying out of a tube. I see it. Person. I am pleasantly impressed with this game's presentation. They haven't thrown any wacky mechanics at me yet. You know, it's just... It's a key-based room brawler, hack and shooter. I don't know what to call it. But, again, yeah, like, it hits its fundamentals. Great art style. I'm having fun. Neat decor. Yeah, I don't plan on doing D&D content. I don't think that's my staple. And I think it doesn't hurt to avoid certain comparisons, but I do know I have a selection of other D&D content creator friends, so if at any point I get invited to like a YouTuber streamed campaign, or I get the chance to like just be involved in something, I will let you know. I think it would be fun. Ooh. I like the skill tree. It's not too overwhelming. Now I can hold 2 guns. It's like a abandoned village. Have I heard of Arcadum? Yeah, and that's... I'm very bothered by how that situation played out for many reasons. One of the reasons I got into D&D was he had a campaign which had Moon, Star, Baru. I can't remember what it was called, but I followed that. And I thought, that's awesome, I want to play it. So when I learned, when it came out, that he was just really misusing his position, his influence, it really bothered me. Particularly just because I'm not a controversy channel, so I don't want to spend too much time talking about drama. But it bothered me that Arcadum came back and he didn't seem to acknowledge what the problem was in the first place. Like, he went off the grid when everyone was mad at him for, I won't go in detail on what the situation was, but Arcadum, I think he was engaged. I don't know if he was married, but he was constantly making advances on a lot of the female content creators he was DMing for, and it was very repeated behavior. And there was even some even bigger in real life stuff. that happened. He just exploited some people, and I don't know him personally, and it really disappointed me. And if nothing else, he came back like months later, and he just said, yeah, I've been going to church, I'm talking to people about it, and I'm you know, I'm doing better. But he didn't... It didn't seem like Arcada made any effort to acknowledge, like, the people he affected. He didn't show an awareness of why what he did was wrong. He was just playing it very... It gave me the impression he was trying to not alert his core viewers to the fact that anything even happened. Like, he was keeping it so vague that no one would even realize that he was, you know, quote-unquote canceled. Personally, I think the best scenario would be for him to understand what the problem was and become a better person for it. I don't think becoming a better person is above anyone. Even if you've done some shitty stuff, the least you can do is learn from it. I don't think the way he did not give me the impression that he learned from it. But I hope if nothing else he did, you know. And, you know, the big thing is just, I don't think it's totally fair to the people that were affected. I'm not saying, all of his... I don't think his whole life needs to be... I don't think it's fair that he gets to just show up and pretend that those people weren't affected. But this stuff is always nuanced on... I don't think it's illegal for him to DM for his friends, but it's really uncomfortable to see a lot of stuff go unacknowledged. That's what I'll leave it at. When am I thinking of getting canceled? When I finally release that Weezer hit piece, I think a good subgroup of my community will turn on me. I am going to cancel Rivers Cuomo for writing No One Else. I'm still in the same area, by the way. I think I've been here for like 15 minutes. Yeah, it's 8:30. I said 15 minutes ago. I was getting ready to switch games. I can't get canceled until Trader Medic 2 is made. Once that's out, do as you please to me. And just delete the channel after that. The Liquidator is the name of that enemy. I've healed for the first time. It's very slow, but I've healed. Did you guys see the last episode of Attack on Titan came out? Episode 5? What a great ending. Wouldn't change a thing. Wouldn't add, change, or do anything else. It's just... What a way to stick the landing. Alright, I've hit a save point. I think I'll take a break now and pick up Severed Steel, because I got another game. And if I got time later in the stream, I may open this back up. This game was Forgive Me, Father. I had fun. Definitely a little bit of a identity crisis, but well presented. I'm gonna switch to another game, which is actually more of a movement shooter. What is Attack on Tyler? All right. Audio check. Turn it down a bit. Ignore the infinite loop on screen right now. The name of the EXE is Thank You Very Cool for some reason. The name of the game is that. We love a Metroid Prime vibe. So I played the demo of this last year, I think. It's been quite a while. I know they've added like 12 levels, a lot of different stuff, and redesigned some of the earlier levels. To slide, tap left control. It's a very dark game. In fact, if I can turn up the gamma, I actually will. I cannot. The name of this game's gimmick, it'll come into play more later on, but there's a real hard-on for destructible terrain. So I'll try to blaze through this early stuff. Ooh. Sliding midair makes you go semi-ground pound. Frame drop. But only when I destroy stuff. Okay. Sure, I can do something about that. Why are you on? Let me know if the game is stuttering every time I break something. Game will look a bit more wonky, but if it's playable. I appreciate a tutorial where you can just ignore all the text because you already know how to play it. No mashing. I think the lighting is what made it look so weird. Yeah, that was it. If you've ever played Trepang, which has a demo for it's second out, by the way. This game gives me some Trepang vibes as well, which is sort of an indoor, fast-paced, dodgy, slidey, room clear game. This isn't the most clear game. It's hard to tell where to go sometimes, but I'm through the tutorial now. They're screaming. I hear you. Man, it's just something about these games that absolutely destroy my I don't know. My OBS. I'll just half the game in size 3 times. Working pretty well so far. I don't... Yeah, my game is absolute... it's shitting itself. But this isn't shitting itself. Why is my taskbar in the middle of my screen? And now it's freezing. Alright, time for the classic change 60 settings and hope something fixes it. It's gonna be a black screen on stream for a moment. I'm trying something. Alright, frame check. Frame check. Alright. I think this was one of the last levels of the original demo, so I'm guessing they moved it up to the front of the game and just cut out all the other stuff they did. I don't understand why it would break, but only when I, like, hit stuff. Like, something about the program. Alright, the hatch. Yeah, the hatch. Oh, looks like it's dropping again. Really, unfortunate. Like, I can try turning off all my settings again, but... You know, I'd like to present this game in its intended form. Lower the FOV. I feel like a console gamer. Just tell me if it dies again when I break a door. This is so hard to look at for me. Thankfully, this game doesn't have super open terrain, so I can kind of get away with just tunnel visioning hallways. I just worry about giving people the impression that I would ever play this FOV by intent. I can't tell what the hell's happening. That is not 85 FOV, you goddamn liar. This game is shockingly floaty. You just start flying way higher than you intend to. This is the most benign update ever, but I just want to let everyone know. The other stream I talked about, I was too lazy to go get a burrito because it was 20 minutes away, but I had a gift card. I finally bit the bullet and got that burrito. This place called Chronic Tacos. I don't know if it's a regional thing. It's alright. I got Beyond Meat, and it must have been like years since I've had a burrito, because that shit was the size of my brain. It was the size of like my head, and I was not prepared for how big burritos are. So there's my update. I know someone was waiting with bated breath. Get out. Okay, I don't recognize this level. The last two were in the demo. This seems new. Also, I don't think they've changed the art style, but it does feel a bit more tidied up. The game looks better to me. Even with, like, these really bad settings. I want a game with reverse bullet time where everything moves twice as fast, but you move half as fast. Like, the world speeds up, but you slow down and become a juggernaut. And you just have to tank everything. These open levels feel so much better than those first few claustrophobic ones. Especially for this FOV. What's my PC setup? I have an FAQ under the stream. I'm still running a 980 because it's impossible to find anything else. I've had a 980 Ti since 2015. I literally have used this at a TF2 convention. That's how fucking old this thing is. Those are extinct. Those don't even, a TF2 LAN doesn't even exist anymore. But I couldn't get a 2080, I couldn't get a 3080. Still can't fucking find anything. So, I just make do. The one upside, not even upside, the silver lining is SFM is more CPU oriented. So, my GPU isn't as big of a deal for animating. But, like, I still edit, I still play games. And like, you can tell with this stream, sometimes everything just, like, can't handle it. Favorite bread? Pretzel bread. But I know I shouldn't be eating bread. So I get like a spinach wrap if I need a substitute. I used to make my own pizza dough sometimes, and I would make it like an egg dough, like an egg and cheddar based dough. It's not even dough, it's just like something to put the pizza on. It tasted great. I can eat bread, it's just bread is, I don't think bread's fattening, but it's a lot of unnecessary carbs. And I'm trying to be mindful of what I eat right now. I'm not on like a gluten-free diet or anything. I just figure it doesn't hurt to not over-rely on bread. No heals. Oh, I'm silly. I thought I had to get in there. Mine. I like games with a no wrong approach philosophy, which this definitely is poking into. It certainly feels wrong, but it's not. Works for me. Favorite 2D animators? James Baxter. I'm not as familiar with 2D animators. I love Noodle, one of my best buddies. So I gotta give him a shout out. And I'm sure there's other names out there, but nothing comes to mind. It's not that I don't have favorites, I just don't think I've actively thought about it. Like, I've listed out some of my favorite 3D animators earlier in the stream, but 2D is less my field. Doing pretty well, actually. Yeah, another shout out. Noodle just put out a video. He did sort of a history of Need for Speed, and he had a team of animators to help him do all of his animation portions, and it came out phenomenal. IMO. I said before, it makes me kind of wonder how viable it would be if I could rummage a team of 3D animators and expand the work in a similar way. But for the time being, I would recommend his video. Favorite YouTube poop? I gotta be honest, for the past 6 years, it's felt like every day is a YouTube poop. So I'm not watching them quite as much because it's a little too surreal. Like, the world has become too zany for me. Hey G, can you make me a sandwich? The more I play this game, the more I understand why there's bullet time, because this would be unplayable without it. Get out. Favorite toilet in my house? There's a bush in my backyard I pee on sometimes. Or in the woods behind my backyard, I should say. Easily top 3 toilets near me. It's called living a pagan lifestyle. You get it or you don't. What's the top 2? I don't have an honest answer. It's not my house. I don't consider them my toilets. They don't have a bidet. I feel like I could be a bidet guy. We just don't have a bidet. TMI? Well, now you know. I am based in bidet pilled, but just not actively. I've been trying to learn card tricks recently. Would you guys like to see one? So I only know one right now, but it's a really good one. My card trick is I can turn any queen into an ace just by dating it for 6 months. So now that I think about it, I can't really demonstrate it practically, but that's my card trick. I was really proud of that. That was one of the jokes where I immediately Google it to see if anyone else has made it yet. And I haven't seen it. So I'm claiming that joke. It's gonna be like, that's what I'm gonna start my sets with when I become a stand-up comedian. So never, but yeah. I was proud of it. If you don't get the joke, just Google the meaning of ace. I thought of another joke, but I think I stole it from Dimitri Martin, and I can't remember because he's done so many sets over the years. But the joke I thought of is it's like a rim shot routine, but the funnier the jokes are, the longer the rim shot. Knock knock, who's there? The mailman. Thanks for my mail. And I swear I've heard the joke before. I swear I'm stealing that from someone. But I don't remember what it's from. So I'm afraid of, like, calling it my joke. Do I like live DJs? Like, I've lived with one. Not literally. One of my old roommates had a DJ set, and he was always talking about learning how to be a DJ. He never like put a show on for me. I don't have an opinion. I understand why people want to do it. I know that talented DJs are genuinely talented, but it does seem brazenly niche, you know? Like, it's not the same as making music, but it is making it's remixing. I don't know. Part of me feels like it's making music without all of the work of making music, but I know that's a very derogative way to look at DJs. All I'm saying is whenever one of my favorite bands puts out a DJ remix of one of their songs, it's never as good as the original for me. It's like, wow, you ate and shit out a song I like. Thanks. I think the one exception I would say, and this is what makes me feel bad about saying that, is Daft Punk. They put out the Still Alive tour, which is live remixes of all their songs. And I fucking love that album. That tour that they did. I used to work out listening to that. So I know that good DJs can make very sort of iconic renditions. But it's just, I think it's such an accessible field that from the outside, it seems like the inexperienced people make up the majority, which I think they do. So it's harder to find good DJs. Craft Punk. I was really sad. Not surprised, but sad that Eric Andre is doing NFTs now. But I thought it was almost, it was almost unintentionally funny that Eric Andre, if you don't know him, he's like an abstract, absurdist humor, you know, Adult Swim guy. He put out an Instagram post where he's like, I'm paraphrasing. It was a weirdly hypocritical thing about how teenagers will complain about you not being environmentally friendly or being mindful of the environment. And then he started advertising his NFTs, which is in line for how Eric Andre sees the world, but I thought he understood the internet well enough to know that that shit would not play well. All the fucked up news with NFTs? I mean, what news about it isn't fucked up? Hannibal is my favorite co-host now. I think the sad thing is, in concept, an NFT isn't the worst idea, but it's been entirely co-opted by Ponzi schemes. Not to preach to the choir or anything, but the entire fundamental structure of NFTs, to me, seems to be people only make money if more people buy into it, which is like the definition of a Ponzi scheme. I'm not denying that the concept of digital receipts in, you know, some sort of trackable record, the blockchain, as it were, I don't think that's a terrible idea, but I don't think it has like the kind of reputation that can overcome what it's become. I'm not a fan of it. I'm not going to tell you how to spend your money, but I am going to tell you that morally you're not in the white. You're not in the positive right now. To each their own. But to answer no, will not be a FUNKe NFT. I haven't gotten the wall destruction gun yet, but I keep seeing sort of hints to it. I feel like it must be close. Where? I don't even find the prototype. Yeah, it's telling me to find the prototype. That's not much to work off of. Nice gun. I've not played Cruelty Squad. I know of it. You can't convince me that's not a Samus blaster. Okay. It's all coming together. Yeah, I mean, the more I put the dots together, this is perfect. What's kind of hilarious is I was weighing towards starting Metroid Prime 2 today. I was thinking, man, I want to pick up another game. I want to play Metroid Prime 2. But I decided to do the variety bundle for the stream. And this worked out perfectly, because I'm just playing Metroid Prime 5. This is what I was waiting for. Like, this is why I'm playing this game. a lot of energy. I'm somewhere. It bothers me how much Twitter is really committing to the NFT thing. You know, the hexagon bullying is funny. I think if nothing else, it's funny that's happening. But like I keep getting promoted posts, which is just people saying like they got fucking their NFT stolen. And I'm like, why the fuck are you telling me this in my promoted tweets tab? It's perplexing, but I also understand that a lot of people with money and influence see NFTs as an opportunity to move around some cash. They see the long-term benefits of having, you know, digital art. Like, oh, no, I just bought art, but it's online, so I don't have to go through the headache of getting an actual physical art. Because ultimately, that's a lot of what the art world is, unfortunately. A lot of the money in it is just rich people that are literally trying to avoid taxes, so they buy art. And then, you know, then it's a bit more up for debate how much money you have. Because you got the art could go up in value, and you don't have to do anything. You don't have to pay taxes on that going up. And a lot of that extends to NFTs, it seems like, where rich people are moving money around. I lost one of my favorite artists to it, Beeple. I loved Beeple. Then he made 100 mil on art, which I think that's fine. Good artist. But it became his entire identity. Like, I can't name how many Twitter people I've unfollowed because all they fucking tweet about is NFTs. Like, I just wanted to see AI-generated art. All I was here for. But yeah, that's the extent of my seething. Like, I don't have that strong of an opinion on it. Get out of there, silly. Surprisingly, I know this is probably hard to follow when you're looking at it. The game is super shaky, but when you're in motion, it's not that hard to follow. So even when it looks like you can't tell where you are, I'd say 70% of the time you feel in control of your aim and stuff. Descend. Don't let the door hit you on my way in. I've heard about Sifu. I don't really know the details. I've seen mixed reviews on Sifu. I've seen some people whose opinions I trust say Sifu's not good. I've seen a collection of people who are having fun with it. I don't really know what the game is. I gotta do my research before I can talk about it. I'm gonna see if I can... what's the game? Deep Rock Galactic this. I don't think I can. I wanted to dig through the wall. There's no point in trying anyways. Ooh. Purple. You can die in this game. In the earlier levels, I was really going back and forth. I think I just kind of have the motion down now. The problem is when you run out of ammo and you're kind of just stuck in a room. Don't be such a baby. Objective: activate space cube. Is it a cube from space? Or it's just a cube of space? I love that sometimes you can just say fuck it and skip 7 rooms just by shooting the right wall. I'm not a Six Siege fan, enjoyer, I should say, but man, I'm a sucker for destructible terrain, really. What's the weirdest dream I ever had? I have a lot of weird dreams. My last weird... This isn't my weirdest dream, but the last dream I had, I dreamt that I was thirsty, and so I started drinking coffee, and I could taste the coffee. Like, that was coffee, but I couldn't swallow it, because it wasn't wetting my throat. And then I woke up and my throat was, like, it was that terribly dehydrated, dry feeling where it hurts to gulp. That was my dream last night. I haven't tweeted this because I don't know if people will understand it, but I had this thought: the harder my dreams go, the thirstier I wake up, and I can't explain it. I can't explain why. As for my weirdest dream, I had one like a week ago. Man, it's like 3 weeks ago. Where I was just in a room and this is gonna sound so stupid. A giant skeleton descended from the sky. Like the Terraria boss, but like the size of the sun. And bones started raining down from the sky, destroying buildings outside this giant window I was staring through. And I could hear the dialogue of the skeleton just saying, like, I've decided to cancel Earth, and so I'm taking it out. And so I was just sitting, like, on this coffee couch. A lot of coffee in my dreams. Watching this giant skeleton descend on Earth to destroy it. But the weird thing is, I was semi-lucid enough that I thought it was really happening. Like, I was perceiving this as not a dream. But I was awake enough to feel like it was real, if that makes sense. I was unconscious enough to believe that a giant skeleton was descending from the heavens. But conscious enough. It does. I don't. It's fucking dreams. Nothing ever makes sense. That was my most recent weird dream. If I can be dangerously honest with the book club here in my chat, I've had a worrying amount of dreams where someone just holds me, where a nice girl just holds me, and that's the dream. Like, I just wake up and I'm like, I just spent 7 hours with a dream wife. And it's not a one-off thing. It's like, it's not every night, but just, you know, every 2 to 3 weeks. It's not even like I go to bed like I'm feeling alone. Like, I'm comfortable being on my own, you know. I can give or take, but I'm not constantly thinking about being single. Like, I don't think about it actively. So it always catches me off guard where I have a dream where my subconscious is just, it needs a hug, apparently. I would call that, I don't know if that's a bad dream or a good dream. Like, it's bad that I'm having them, but maybe it's good. It's a good form of psychotherapy. It might be a physical affection thing. I would not deny that I'm just craving physical affection. But it caught me off guard because it wasn't a conscious thing. It's like a level deeper, you know? That's the id. That's not the funk, that's the id. I need to keep up a dream journal. I keep meaning to, but I always forget. The best dreams I have are dreams where I just invent a video game in my head. I don't have it planned for a while, but I have another video, like, games I would make script. Like, I already have like 5 or 6 other games that I could elaborate on in a video. And half of them I dreamt of. Like, I just went to sleep and I woke up like, man, I would totally play that. The problem is, like, it's hard to describe because it's so vivid. Like, all of the mechanics are made and developed in my head. And they were playable, but then I wake up and it's like, I have to explain what that was? Weird. I think they respawn after a certain time, which is why I've been here so long. That's all of them, right? I don't see any other cubes. Nope, there it is. No, I'm not redoing the whole room because I fell once. Fuck that. What I will say is, I don't like constantly bringing it up, which I feel like I do a lot. But like when I was going through psychosis, every night was like a nightmare. It wasn't always memorable, but like every night I'd go to sleep and it was a shitty dream. And I haven't had that problem in a long while. Every time I go to bed, it's like, it's a positive dream or I just don't remember it. Which at this point I'm okay with. But it's scary when, like, your only time away from reality is, like, negative stuff. And it's really usually indicative that something's wrong in your life. If you're constantly having bad dreams or you're nerve-wracked. You know, they do say the inner reflects the outer. Which explains the hugging dreams. And the video game dreams. I'm not someone that thinks dreams have a spiritual meaning. I don't think dreams directly indicate something about the stars. But I think it tells you something about yourself. I think we have very narrative-driven brains. And people don't realize sometimes your brain's trying to tell you something. Maybe not intentionally, but... Where do I live? In a state of euphoria. I live in the United States state of Georgia. Thank you very much. It's not the Georgian accent. The Georgian accent would be, thank you very much. That sounds the same now that I say it. Never complain about a train level. Why do all the best video games have a train level? I'm just realizing that. Almost all of them. Just Metal Gear Rising, Hat in Time. Those are the only two I can think of, honestly. Blood? Yeah, blood. CTF Convoy, which is an official map now that I think about it. This game feels great so far. Those first two levels, man, you can really tell they were designed before this destruction tool was really even in the playbook. Even as a tutorial, I feel like after 30 minutes, this is really hitting its stride for me, at least. Ghost Runner had one? Yeah, Ghost Runner was okay. I said the best ones have train levels. I know they're working on DLC for Ghost Runner. I can't remember its release date, but I am trying to keep my eye out for that. Because they say it was going to be something small, but it's apparently growing into a much bigger DLC. Push to March? Dude, March is going to be a terrific month. By then, like, I'll be, what, halfway through Elden Ring? Shadow Warrior 3 is gonna come out. Ghost Runner DLC. My birthday's in March. Dude, March is gonna bang. Isn't there like a movie coming out in March? I can't remember. I came out in March. I was officially released. March 5th. I think someone's sitting on the music player. I haven't played the Rivals of Aether update. I got a buddy that's playing it all the time. I looked at the workshop, and half of it is just like Walter White stage. And that's the whole workshop for Rivals of Aether. Which makes me want to play it more, because they did like a workshop character update. Shame the consensus I've heard from everyone about Ghost Runner is it's okay. Game looked cool. Yeah, I mean, I was completely on board when I heard about it conceptually, and I still like the game. I feel like the weak parts of Ghost Runner wasn't that it was like bad. It felt like it under-delivered a bit on its plot, and they didn't really expand on the parkour. Like, they introduced all of the core parts of it in the first few levels, and then they're just like, alright, we're done. Like, this is the game. You can play it for 7 hours. I would have liked to, you know, for all that Ghost Runner 2 stuff to be in the first, I guess. I'm still gonna play the second. I'm looking forward to it. JPEG, that is such a blasphemous description of Ghost Runner. There's at least one good Portal workshop level, right? It's gotta be. I do know what you mean. It does feel a little pre-generated. Like, it does feel like they took big blocks of gameplay and meshed them together sometimes. This game is called Severed Steel. It's not listed as early access, so I don't know if I'm playing a full game here. I know there's a fair amount of content, but I don't know for sure if the game's at a final state. That was clean. I didn't even notice that there's a really smooth animation for when you steal a weapon. I don't know why I was so worried about playing this game. I thought watching footage of it, I'm like, the art style's a little It's shiny. The movement's a little floaty. Like, is this something I could really play for more than an hour or two? But I have not had an issue since I started playing this. It has not hit a lull. Okay, that's weird. No doors. I can't speak for Katana Zero. I have not played it. I think I own it. Will do. It hurts that I can't be at max FOB right now, but this is what I have to work with. Get out? Where's out? I found out. Uh-oh. Server node. Right. Got a sniper level now. Does anyone else feel a little weird about them making a Cuphead show, but not using the rubber hose animation style? I know it imitates it fairly closely, and I know there's obviously budgetary limitations, but part of me was a little bit let down that they didn't cut some corners to make it work. I felt like, if nothing else, avoidance of like the Flash tweening style, something like that. I feel like it could have been plausible as a non-industry creative with no prospects of how that part of making stuff works. I think they could have done it. Yeah, it felt strange since like, obviously it's a great game in its own right, but like the defining factor of it was like its very iconic style. Just felt like it missed the plot a little bit. I'm sure like it'll still be well made, but I would be lying if I said I didn't notice that. That's unfortunate. This game gets slippery. Yeah, to be clear for anyone that hasn't seen the trailer, they don't change the art style. It still looks like the show, or the games. And they do have some bouncy Bobby rubber hose animations in between. But generally the characters stand still. They aren't constantly moving around. You can kind of get the vibe it's made with sort of like the flashy style, imitating the 60s rubber hose. I wonder if at some point it was fully, I'm sure it was pitched as rubber hose, like authentic, hand-drawn, frame by frame. And I guess somewhere along the way they got talked into saving budget. Which I did, but I wanted to bring it up, that's all. Sometimes when I can't think of anything to say on stream, I just spin this mental wheel of fortune in my head, and whatever it lands on, I talk about. So, weekly reminder to read Yomi no Sugai, Pair of the Underworld. That's right, it's anime talk hours. The anime made by the Full Metal Alchemist lady. She has another series out, and it's good. It's subversive in the first 2 chapters, so I can't spoil anything. But I promise, even if it looks a little derivative, or like, you know, a familiar concept, I promise that it will not let you down by the end of the first chapter. You're gonna look at the cover and think, oh, 2 siblings? Oh, there's a sister who's like helpless and has to be protected by a brother? Oh, I've heard that before. I promise, by the end of the first chapter, you are going to be scratching your head for several answers, and you're going to want to know them. It might just be my bias because Full Metal Alchemist kind of like got me into my weeb phase, but it's the kind of thing where once more of it's out, it's something I'd like to make a FUNKe study on, and it's only got, you know, like 2 chapters out. As long as it doesn't disappoint me. I'm totally on board for what it is so far. There, that's the end of my pitch. I won't bug you too much. The name is Yomi no Sugai, but that roughly translates to Pair of the Underworld. But they'll probably change the name once it's officially translated. Right now, I think it's all fan translations. It is Squid. I try not to overbear on reminding people of stuff, but Uzumaki does come out this October. They're making a movie adaptation, and it's in the style of Junji Ito's manga. It's black and white, uncolored, fantastic line art. 100% probably going to do a dissection on it at some point. I've already read Uzumaki, so I know I like the story, and I'm fascinated by their dedication to the manga style. So yeah, keep an eye out. Night spicy. Need a gun. You know, Kiz, I have not watched any Demon Slayer, actually. At first, I thought, this looks just like typical shonen. And I'm through my shonen phase. I've been let down too many times. But I've had a lot of people talk up Demon Slayer. I'm not against trying it. I just have so many objections to the shonen format. My Hero Academia, it was like the nail in the coffin for me. Like, wow, you could really do something with this. Wow, you keep forgetting things that happened in your story. Nice. I'm glad you're supporting the official release, Squid. Nade. No! Ah! Come on! I don't know why they give me a grenade launcher. I don't even remember where I picked it up. It's like got it off someone. Just gotta keep on clearing, I guess. That's it. Nope, that's not it. Oh, it was so simple. Don't die. I think they're using this concept really well. They've had a couple sort of variations on this destroy the wall, destroy the door. I'm getting a phone call in 2022. This is eerie. Disable locking system. Yeah, I think I can do that. The art style's growing on me. I thought initially this game was a little hard to look at, but it actually helps a lot in an area like this for distinguishing shapes. And boy, do I love distinguishing shapes. It's pretty much all I do. You can call me an addict to pattern recognition. Well, it's a good run. But I forgot where the sniper rifles are, so more of a walk now. Guess that's the sound a grenade launcher would probably make. I get that, JPEG. I have a very recurring problem where I'll just be doing nothing. I'm just staring at my phone, And I have this weird, like, instinctual primate urge to just, like, throw it down, like, on the, like, a table and just be like, stop staring at the fucking rectangle. Stop it. Do good move body. Move body. I mean, it happens more and more. The more I slack off, particularly. It trips me out sometimes. I try not to think too hard about it. Just how unfounded, like, the way everyone lives their lives. Like, I'll just say how I live my life. Like, with all the modern amenities of a TV and a computer and a phone, it just feels so unnatural. But it's also something I'm not willing to give up. And it's perplexing. I think my practical takeaway is that I need more analog hobbies. Things that aren't involving screens or technology. But it's just... man, it's so... it's so tempting to kill 7 hours watching meaningless videos. Just, you know, you've heard it before. It's going through the same 6 websites all day. But a big problem is sometimes it just seems hard to do analog stuff. I don't have this issue quite as much as other people, but like if I want to go walk a trail or something, I have to get in my car and drive to a nature, like a park, because I don't really have anything in walking distance. I can walk through my neighborhood, but it's not really the same. So like even a lot of the nature outings require you to use technology to even get them. Sometimes you have to sit in traffic just to get there. It's just so weird. Okay, guys, this is a little excessive. You want to know what's really fucked up? Sometimes when I want to feel like I'm in nature, but I can't make it to the park, I will boot up VR. I'm playing Into the Radius, which is like a stalker-esque game. And, like, you know, there's been a day where I'm like, man, wouldn't it be fun to play a video game where I feel like I'm in the wilderness? And after 2 hours of playing it, I'm like, I could just do this. Like, this is fun as a video game, but it's so disassociating to be in my room while I do it. So I'm trying to be, like, mindful of how screen addicted I am, he says as he's streaming a video game, talking to himself. Only twice a week. Sometimes I forget when I'm climbing, I can just, instead of bonking my head, I can just make a door. Crazy to think that you are the most present moment in history. Like right now, it really doesn't mean anything. Like this is the farthest history's gone. I'm talking like a stoner. I'm just trying to fill the silence. I'm sorry, I'll reserve my words for something a bit more digestible. not a big fan of the room of Tachankas? Shield guys? Don't make it easy. I'm not having fun right now. This is kind of stupid. I can't even tell where they are. Oh, I'm out of ammo. That's cool. And some of these shades of the walls, it's hard to tell where the wall is. Is cooking an analog hobby? I would consider it. Yeah. But the thing is, cooking doesn't get you out of your house. And if you're in the headspace of, man, I feel claustrophobic, I need to get outside, cooking doesn't get you out of that environment you're seeing every day. Like, I feel like a big thing that I struggle with personally is getting so complacent with what I see every day, it starts, like, irritating me when I go a day without seeing something new. It's like, I've been in the same 3 rooms for the past week. Occasionally I, like, walk my dog, but that's it. And it actually bothers me when it's like, man, I haven't seen a new place. And I feel like that's a human thing, where, like, you used to, like, not, like, you're always outside, you had a fucking, a sort of a thrown together brick house, or, you know, a hut or something. But, like, you might be more inclined to live a nomadic style. Like, oh shit, some fucking wolves moved into the area and it's snowing all the time. We need to leave. That's not a thing anymore. Like, you're staying where you are unless you're, you know, you can't afford where you live, or you need to move for work. And it gets really burdensome when you're staring at the same 4 walls every day. And sometimes, like, you can't get outside. Like, it's not really, like, you can go for a walk, but sometimes it's not plausible to find a new place within 20 minutes. Which I found for me is when it necessitates finding comfort where you are. Like, instead of, like, I gotta get out of my house, I gotta go somewhere, I gotta hang out with someone, I'm just like, alright, I'll get all the chores I need, I'll do my laundry, I'll clean up my area, and then I'll just sit outside and breathe for a bit. And that usually gets me through it. I don't think that's an issue people used to have to deal with. Like, I'm stressing out, I'm anxious, I'm blocked up, I need to get out. And you have to talk yourself through it. Feels like a new problem for humans, which I am. I think that's coping with it? Would you call it coping to, like, just like work through your anxiety? I feel like coping is a bit of a buzzword there. This dude's literally thieving. He's telling himself it's okay to live somewhere for more than 3 weeks. That's how I see it. Jesus, these are terrifying screams. I feel bad. I wouldn't say doing chores is a form of coping for anxiety. I think that's a solution to anxiety. Coping implies you're avoiding something, like avoiding a truth or a reality. But if the anxiety is just, man, I feel like I've been in my house too long, well, I guess I see what you mean. For like the anxiety of, I guess it's different of like, man, I'm anxious about work. I'm anxious about the future. Then it's not really coping to keep yourself busy, but if you're trying to get out of the house and you're coping by doing things in your house, I see what you mean. I guess I think I just phrased it poorly. What I'm trying to say is like on the days where it's like no, I get what you mean. I'm not even gonna argue with it. Like, if I'm anxious about not doing something new, the solution is doing something new. The coping mechanism is clearing your schedule, but not doing something new. I see what you mean. And I agree with it, honestly. I guess my point was more that it's a fool's errand to try and spend every day doing completely non-repeating behaviors. I don't think it's financially, emotionally, or practically possible to spend every day seeing a new place, trying a new hobby. But it is practical to keep, you know, a healthy routine. You know, maybe develop a hobby that feels like a new thing. Like, if you're learning an instrument every day, it's a repeated behavior, but it's a new experience. So I guess maybe that's more the point I should focus on. Keep yourself stimulated in good ways. That's what I do. Oh, and also coffee. A level where you can't actually destroy walls. Interesting. I need to update that bot. There are not 2 weeks left on it. I will say I'm a little better with coffee. I'm not drinking it right out of bed anymore. I'll like wake up and get water, eat breakfast, and I'll hold the coffee out for like, you know, an hour. Doesn't make that much of a difference because I instantly become wired after I have the coffee, but I get to feel good about myself for 1 hour in the day. That's enough, right? Hey, you. That's cool. objective. Go back to work. These levels are like a good bite size where they don't drag out too long, but they aren't over in a minute either. So much for that. Mashivan. I think that's a common problem, especially these last 2 years. It's really easy to go long amounts of time not talking to anyone new, seeing the same faces every day. And depending on how small your social circle is, it can get really troublesome. You can really get in your own head when you don't have other people around to sort of bounce your personality off of and keep, you know, the parts in check that you don't think about when you're alone. Like, my sense of humor tends to get a little aggressive when I don't talk to people enough. And once I'm, like, in... Like, thankfully, I've got a group of friends. Well, I've got a couple groups of friends that I'm seeing weekly and I'm talking to. But I've had, you know, especially, like, during the holidays where everyone's busy or just can't get together, where I'm just kind of doing my own thing alone. And I just sort of notice, you know, parts of me, like the acne, the social acne starts breaking out. Like, I get a little judgy. I start riffing on people, you know, for their fuck-ups, and I don't like it. I don't like being that guy. And I found, like, a big solution for me is hanging out with people that, you know, because when I'm around people, I'm more observant to that. I'm like, man, I'm not gonna say that. I don't want to look like that asshole that's always, like, trying to be smarmy. It keeps it in check. Yeah, Vippery. Just for me, my solution, as impractical as it is, I'm playing D&D with a group of friends every week, and I got another group of friends I just shoot the shit with, play video games. We'll watch, you know, dumbass YouTube series or shows. So I got weekend buddies, I got week buddies. And then I just got my friends that I talk to on a daily basis about whatever. And I didn't realize until I let myself slip how often I wasn't reaching out to people, how I was giving the impression I didn't really want to hang out. You don't really realize until you've kind of secluded yourself how vital it is to not do that. And that's only half of it, really. If you're hanging out with people who are judgy and smarmy and not the best influence, it's going to rub off on you. I think, like, even if you're actively trying to be like, I want to be the good friend, it's noble, but you got to be cautious about the quality of who you surround yourself with. When I was younger, I had a lot of friends who I thought were funny as fuck. And I still think their comedic chops aren't, like, they're funny people. But some of them were just really egregious personalities. I just met them from sectors of the internet that were very unmoderated. And it wasn't until I started hanging out with a bit more soft-hearted people, I kind of realized... I also think it's an aging thing. that you appreciate the people that are willing to be vulnerable around you. Not just vulnerable in, like they're going through stuff way, but vulnerable in, they're willing to be genuine and compliment you when you're doing something right. I guess is what I'm saying. Like, I had friends where if I did something I was proud of, they'd run with the joke, but maybe make fun of me for something. Like, oh, that joke was stupid, man. Good job. And it weighs on you. So I'm not going to tell anyone who to hang out with, but I'm just going to say to my experience, it can turn around your mental health when you have a good support line. But don't feel like it's vital to being happy either. Just because you don't have a support line doesn't mean you can't be your own positive influence. It just helps to have some outer ones. Alright, this is getting a little too preachy. You get my point. I say this speaking as the friend who loves hanging out, but never initiates. Or at least, historically, I haven't. And I try to be much more comfortable initiating and accepting of invitations now. A big problem I had for a while is I would have friends ask to hang out, and I'm just like, I don't want to talk to people. Yeah, that's too much work. So for a while, I was just like talking myself into it. It's like, it's 2 hours. You can leave when you want to, and I always end up hanging out, you know, until I go to sleep, basically. Like, my whole day's around it because I love it. This is my first playthrough. I played an old demo, but this is all new to me. I've only seen the first 2 levels. You know, Spades, I've had plenty of times where, I would, tell someone I want to hang out, you know, tomorrow, on Thursday, on a day, and then the day rolls around and I'm like, I'm not feeling it, I'm gonna give them a reason not to. And there's nothing wrong with that. It's okay to have boundaries. I will say, after a certain point, you kind of just have to plan for it. Sometimes you have to develop the skill of flexibility. I think, honestly, that's what vulnerability is. I'm willing to spend my time with you, even though it requires me to change my behavior. Like, I'm avoidant of being around people because it makes me have to be actively mindful of how I act, which I don't have to do when I'm alone. But it's also kind of an armchair observation. You disagree? I see what you mean. Yeah, I get that. It's unwise to lie to people, but I guess I would say be sensitive to why you cancel. Like, if you're gonna tell someone, if you're not gonna hang out with someone, don't just say, I don't want to hang out with you. Like, I'm not feeling it. If it's because you feel anxious and you don't want to be around people, you know, I think there's a tactful way to convey that. Like, I'm just not really comfortable socializing right now. I want to focus on some stuff. I just mean, I don't think it's morally objectionable to cancel. I don't mean fabricate a lie and say that you're busy. Or at least that's not what I intend to convey. Oh. Now, I will say I think the best way to handle anything is only agree to hang out in the first place if you are willing to commit to it. And only cancel if there's a valid time constraint preventing you from hanging out. If you tell someone you should, you should. I just don't think... I don't think you're a terrible person if it's too hard sometimes. Because I've been there. No, I'm not supposed to drop there. Sometimes it's hard to with other people because I feel like I'm playing a character more than being myself. Yeah, I mean, listen, I'm a content creator. At the end of the day, no matter how much I try to convey I'm a real person, this is a persona. There's a whole section to my life that everyone here doesn't know and you never will. So I get what you mean by you feel like you're playing a character, because that, I guess what I mean is I've been in situations where I felt that way around my friends, particularly my internet savvy friends, where I feel like, am I Justin or am I just this FUNKe guy who's playing it up around people? Because I'm usually not this energized alone. What I've kind of realized is, or at least how I feel, it's not that I'm playing a character around other people, it's that there are facets to me that come out around other people. And when I feel like I'm just pretending to be this person, I'm not actually this interactive or funny, I kind of have to remind myself of, like, but I enjoy being that person. I like supporting my friends, making them laugh. But, you know, there's a lot of facets to it. If I'm being overly friendly, like if I'm trying to be super empathetic and not sarcastic, that's not me playing a character and just trying to come off as a good person. That's me trying to be a good person. And I know that because that's self-reflection. I think the inclination to think I'm just playing a character is just a side effect of, like, modern day. I feel like we're so honed in on media and social media and TV shows and movies that a lot of our assessment skills are kind of calibrated to the fake. Like, so much of this stuff seems fake. So many friendships you see are actually kind of mutual. Like, a lot of YouTubers, they have this pseudo-business friendship deal where it's like they're best friends, but they also make content together. And the lines can start getting really worryingly blurred. Like, you hear it 1,000 times where a bunch of content creators move in with each other. And then 6 months later, they break up. They don't even make content anymore. Because they blurred the line so deep that they couldn't really, at least at the time, maintain a friendship and the business partnership. And sometimes, even if you're not a content creator, I don't mean to say that's a problem for everyone, but if you're someone that sees a lot of that, you might view your own friendships, which aren't businesses, as this is just my on. This is just me when I'm on. It's not really me. I think only you know who you are. I guess is what I'm saying in a really roundabout way. If you think you're playing a character, it's ultimately on you to assess whether you are. I don't think you can go to a shrink or a therapist and say, I think I'm a character. And I'm sure they'll have a different answer for me, obviously. They're educated on it. But my guess, because I go to a therapist every few months, I've had a lot of open discussions. And ultimately, a lot of what therapy is getting you to ask yourself certain questions that you might not. Doc, I feel like a bad person. Do you want to be a bad person? No. Then how do you change the behavior? What steps do you think would get you there? That's my experience with it. I'm trying to improve my skill of answering in like a simple way. So, yeah. If you think you're playing a character, ask yourself if you're playing a character. And give yourself a genuine answer and work from there. You know, if your genuine answer is, yeah, I'm playing a character, have the right follow-ups. Games I've been into? Well, I've been playing a lot of Arceus Legends, and I'm enjoying myself. I'm not streaming it today just because it's been my last 3, and I want to break up the monotony, but I'm not crazy about it, but I'm having fun. Fun feels like a heavy word. I feel like I am invested in the experience. I'm not asleep at the wheel. I don't want to try and play doctor and answer how to figure out that kind of, I feel like, a character stuff, so I don't want to dwell on it. But I will just say I'm a big proponent of mindfulness. That's all. Know yourself. That's what mindfulness is. I feel like my behaviors are fake. When I feel that way, I just try to assess what does it mean to be genuine and empathetic. I want my friends to think I'm funny and think that I'm a good friend. Is that because of the social benefits of having people around? Obviously that's a factor. It's undeniable that it feels good to have people around. But I feel good when I help people. I feel good when I can help my friend through something. I feel good. I feel good by the act of doing something positive and not the reward. It's the action that I'm looking for. The reward is a benefit. And I guess mindfulness is calibrating yourself to not focus so much on the reward and just focus on the action. Which really, IMO, is a golden philosophy for so many other things. Beyond just friendships. But I've talked about it elsewhere, so I won't deal too much. "20 seconds remain." What do you want? I don't actually know what the game wants me to do. Oh, 20 remain. It's not a timer, it's enemies. Well, no, it's... What is it? Movement shooters are therapeutic for me, but I don't think someone on a controller would feel very calm right now. I think it would be very tense. Finish them. Yeah, no, them. Them. People somewhere. How do you like your chicken? I'm gonna sound super squeamish, but I don't really eat chicken anymore. I had to... I'm trying to avoid sounding preachy, because I don't care about that kind of stuff. But I was feeding my dog the other day, and I had to cut up a rotisserie chicken, because like we were out of wet food. It was all we had around. And I almost gagged trying to like cut up a chicken. I don't care about people eating chicken. I'll eat meat, but it's been so long since I've like had to cut up something that looked like an animal. It just felt weird. But if I had to pick one, deep fried. I'd go for a chicken nugget. Yeah, I don't even think that's like a meat thing. I think rotisserie chickens are just gross. It's just unkempt, greasy things. Finish chapter 4. I mean, the best chicken is grilled. You didn't even list that as an option, which is why I went on a whole spiel. Like, boiled and fried? I get, like, if I'm gonna eat chicken, give me grilled chicken. The game is quiet to me, so if it's allowed, I need to know. Right. Before I finish this level, I actually need to get a bit of water and step away for a moment. So I'm going to do the highly popular streaming strategy and AFK just for a moment here. Because I need to get up. So, yeah. I'm going to take a quick BRB break for a minute or two.
Oh yeah.
And be back.
Oh yeah. Wow wow. Oh yeah. 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 Oh yeah. Wow wow.
Maybe some toast.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Wow wow.
And maybe some toast.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Wow wow.
And maybe some toast.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Wow wow.
And maybe some toast.
Oh yeah.
Bacon, the bacon,
Yeah.
bacon,
Wow wow.
bacon, the bacon, the toast.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Wow wow.
Any jazz fans out there?
You know, it's hard sometimes because I gotta learn how to expect less.
That was Red 26. Easily one of the greatest bands. I'm back. That song name was Two-Face. The one before it was Funky Breakfast. I have a book in front of me called The Book of Unusual Knowledge. My sister-in-law gave me it for Christmas. I'm gonna open a random page and see if I get an interesting fact. The Curse of King Tut's Tomb. The Curse of King Tut's Tomb is a classic tale, even if there's a lot of evidence that says there was never anything to worry about. I feel like everyone's heard of the Curse of King Tut. Let's see if I can find something else. America's Only King, from the Book of Unusual Knowledge. Few people would believe that a separate empire with its own king once existed within the United States of America, but James Jesse Strang was indeed crowned ruler of a Lake Michigan island kingdom. Okay. And these are supposedly just random facts. So there's like, each one comes with like 3 full pages or like a full chapter explaining the most random shit. I'm just flipping through to see if I can find a good short fact to share. Amazing facts about the human body. The human eye blinks an average of 3.7 million times per year. Bet you didn't know that. You didn't think you'd come to a FUNKe stream and get free biology handouts, did you? Here's another one, free of charge. The brain requires more than 25% of the oxygen that is used by the human body. I mean, that seems kind of like a no shit one. Why else would I be breathing if not to power the brain? Did you know that the average adult body consists of approximately 71 pounds of potentially edible meat, not including organ tissue? How do they know that? How do they know how much of the human body is edible? All right, there's a music section. All right, you're getting a double trouble, everyone. You're getting biology and audiology. Did you know that the younger half of the famed Dorsey brothers, everyone, I love the Dorseys. Tommy Dorsey, 1905 to 1956, found shared success with such songs as I Get a Kick Out of You and Lullaby for Broadway. He later broke off on his own and scored again with I'm Getting Sentimental Over You and I'll Never Smile Again. I think this book was written in the 50s. What the fuck are the Dorsey brothers? I flipped to another random page. Question, why can't Hindus eat cheeseburgers? Because cows are revered in Hinduism for their gentle nature and life-giving milk. The last thing a Hindu would do is kill one, much less eat one. I did not know. Yeah, these sound very outdated. None of these are in any way relevant. Okay, I'll keep that book on hand. The Book of Unusual Knowledge, everybody. The Guinness World Record of most impractical sentences to read. It's a big book, by the way. This isn't like a pamphlet. It's like, you ever seen one of those big hardcover anime hardcover mangas where it's the whole series? It's like that big. It's like a fucking 2 Harry Potter stacked on top of each other, thick. How many pages? Over 700. Yeah, just basically exactly 705. And yet not a single interesting fact in it. Oh, wait, I just opened another one. This one is called Toon Truths. I can't read that. What the fuck? The first one is about Nazis. I can't read that. I can't. What the fuck? Why are they all about religion? I'm reading a book called The Book of Unusual Knowledge, and I flipped to random pages. And the first thing about cartoon trivia is like, hey, did you know the Nazis did something that was racist? I can't, I'm sorry guys, I can't read that out loud. I'm trying to find, they're all offensive. Why are they all offensive? South Park originated as a joke Christmas... No, everyone fucking knows how South Park was made. Did you know the Flintstones was the first everyone knows that the Flintstones was the first cartoon. These are terrible. Guys, I'm... One of the Toon Truths are about Johnny Quest. The other is about the Jetsons. This book was written in the 60s. It doesn't say that anywhere on the cover. That is... I'm sorry. I'm trying to find a single interesting trivia in this book. I'm too invested now. Freaky facts fashion. When Joan of Arc was burned at the stake, she was condemned for 2 crimes, witchcraft and wearing men's clothes. I didn't know that's... How fucking old is this book? The shoe that historically has been a symbol of fertility in some Eskimo cultures who... I can't read. These are so outdated. I feel bad reading out half of these. Half of them are about women's rights or shit the Nazis did. Why did my sister-in-law give me this? I'm still looking for an interesting fact, by the way. Hey guys, the Earth and the universe, strange weather facts. The fastest winds ever recorded on Earth blew through the suburbs of Oklahoma City in 1999. So it wasn't from the 50s. It was made by at least 1999. The 319 per hour gusts were recorded during a F5 tornado that destroyed hundreds of homes. I'm closer to finding when the book came out. Stats on web surfing. By 2008, Google had identified 1 trillion individual web pages. The Microsoft Bing team estimates it would take 6 million years to read everything available online. In 2008, 6 million years is maybe what, like a 16th of what it is now? All right, I'm done reading this. These are... I don't think it's possible to find an interesting fact in that entire book. I can't find a publishing date. I saw a reference to 2011 in it. So it is at least less than a decade old. Which makes it all the more... Like, it must be a reprint. And they're just adding stuff to it. To be fair, the person who gave me it is like a vintage thrift shopper. Like, they like to get weird old stuff. So I'm guessing they got it from just like an antique store, which would explain so much now that I think about it. It was published in 2012. I'll go ahead and reaffirm that. I didn't check, like, the edges of the book for a publishing date. Copyright 2012. Yeah. It was made... I guess that is 10 years ago. I forgot it's 2022. The King Who Talked to Trees. Known as Farmer George for his love of rural life and America's last king for losing the Revolutionary War, King George III could well have been his royal majesty. Ooh. I'm trying to, like, find a Spark Notes. It's all paragraphs. Apparently, George III talked to trees. Which actually interests me a little bit. Trying to see if he was, like, crazy. Nah, there's nothing. The Segway. The Segway is officially referred to as a human transport device. I feel bad every second I waste on my stream trying to make content out of this book. But there's this part in the back of my head that's just saying there's gotta be something. I thought I could like make him fall through the floor. We gotta kill this VIP. Yeah, there you go. We're in the party. This isn't good. I'm completely out of ammo. For the sub, Rubik's. I like that there's just a bed in the middle of this army base. And it's noticeably way less detailed than the rest of the room. This is a Minecraft bed. Well, I know why, but I learned recently that the player numbers on Steam for Metal Gear Rising have spiked, seemingly out of nowhere. But I thought about it, and the reason people are playing Metal Gear Rising is because of the meme where Raiden is punching this Senator Armstrong, and which is apparently popular again, and it's spread so much that people are buying Metal Gear Rising just to know the source material, which I find personally hilarious. And a great thing. I'm just like, I'll just go ahead and say it to anyone that hasn't played Metal Gear Rising. Play it. You don't even need to play Metal Gear Solid. Don't think that's a barrier to entry. It helps because Raiden's in previous MGS. But you can honestly just play Metal Gear Rising and have a great time. If anything, it'll probably make you want to play MGS until you realize that it's not like Rising. It ruins it for you. Oh, sorry, man. Were you risen? Play Vanquish? Vanquish could have been better than Rising, but it wasn't, and you know it. The cast of characters in Rising made it... there are two things that make Metal Gear Rising the perfect video game. It's... well, three things. Two depending on your definition. The bosses, their personalities... okay. Three things. The boss personalities, the boss music, and blade mode. Those three things make it the perfect video game. Vanquish has sliding, which is fucking awesome. But that's it. That's all it has. It's a hack and slash with guns, is what Vanquish is. But the characters aren't memorable. I mean, yeah, no, they're not memorable. Yeah, no, I still recommend playing Vanquish. I think it's a great game. But I'm sorry, I don't think they're on the same footing at all. I will say a ton of people sleep on Vanquish. No one talks about it. Probably just because it came out at like one of those weird times, like mid 2010s, where like, you know, there wasn't internet culture to cultivate a following for it. And it really did look sort of like a generic sci-fi game. But if you like Rising, 100% play Vanquish. And honestly, now that MGR is not getting a sequel, which was actually teased at one point, by the way, very briefly, I don't remember where, there was like a Game Awards-esque event where they flashed the letter 2 in the MGR font. But anyways, since Kojima's defunct, KP is defunct, we're not getting it. Man, what better time for Platinum Games to pull out Vanquish? You know what I'm saying? Like, no one would complain if Platinum decided, yeah, let's make that Vanquish 2. Let's make that Reboot. Chonk, I answered it earlier, which is why I haven't responded again. I haven't played Cruelty Squad. I know well of it, but it just didn't, I just didn't play it yet. Wasn't any reason. I wasn't against it. Just didn't feel like it. Not go out in the open. I think the art style hits and misses. These straight white walls are pretty boring to me. I like the setting of you're in this goofy mini golf room, but I do get the vibe the dev is sort of making the game and then throwing together the spaces afterwards, as opposed to really having a big art pass. And I get it. Some devs are more mechanically inclined. It seems like this is... I don't know this dev, but I get the impression they're more about making the wacky mechanics, and everything else is sort of just filled in. And I can't imagine an indie dev, you know, has the payroll for a whole art team, so I get it. I'm not holding it against them. It's not a big sell for me, though, visually. Mechanically, absolutely it is. Oh no. What is happening? I keep running into a teleporter. And it's ruining my speed run. I don't know how long this game is. I think I'm on like chapter 6. And the update it last got said it added 12 levels. So I don't know if a level by their definition is a chapter or if it's a smaller interval. But I'm guessing since I'm at chapter 6, I'm either halfway through the game or nearing the end of it. I don't get the vibe that I'm like on the last level yet, which makes me think there might actually be like 6 more levels. You know what feels great? Looking back when Elden Ring was announced, I don't even remember how long it was. It felt like, oh, I gotta wait like 4 years for this game. Like, it's going to come out in 2024. It's kind of nice just knowing it's less than a month away. Like that time was not as long as I thought it would be. I thought Elden Ring was gonna be like Starfield. Like, thanks for telling us this game is never being made. Like, it was even delayed, and even the delay doesn't feel like a like, I didn't even notice it. Thanks, brand new dog. Yeah, the song just came out of a void. I'm sure there's a way in here. I'm sure I can brute force it. Nope. I like the objective, which is just ascend further. Wow, Neo Tokyo. Objective: meet 6 cool guys. That's the actual game objective right now. Start the music. Yeah, I'm not rushing the next the movie shooters. I know I still got my goal of a yearly one is still, I got time. I thought of like moving it to every 6 months, but I don't want to burn out all of these games. I want to give them time to develop, so I'm not just talking about 2-minute demos. Alright, do over. Sloppy start. Wow, this is not as pleasant as the last level. Nowhere to hide. New strategy. Clear out the cupboards firsthand. Instead of letting them all come out. Genghis, I am EST. So it's about 11 o'clock here. And considering I've been up till like 5 a.m. the last few nights, I'm not hurting too much. Pretty prime hours for me, actually. By choice, I just been hanging out with some buddies. Oh, that's nice. It gave me a halfway save point. I mean, anyone that just joined the stream and doesn't know much about this game, this has to look cool, right? From a gameplay perspective, just shooting through a wall. In case anyone's curious if it's like deceptively looks cool but it's boring, I'm having fun. Also, the pink outlines, I thought it was a strange choice at first, but it works well into the environment. I think there were some more pinker levels that made me a bit confused. I like how they just stand like an Oblivion NPC the second you take their weapon. Like, they don't know what to do. They're just like, what the fuck, man? gonna try and beat this without time stop. Just so you can see how hectic this game is without slowdown. Alright, rules over. It's really just an aiming thing. Just an extra second to turn the crosshair. This game has a lot of super hot physicality to it. Bullets become dodgeable, weapons are throwable. But it doesn't halt to a stop, I guess, would be one of the prime differences. It's slowdown, it's bullet time, but it's not calculating during time stop. Also, a lot of like jumping and rolling and spinning. Very disorienting. If you mean doesn't move when I move, no, it's a button. The time movement is independent from your movement. As someone who's too lazy to backtrack through doors, this is a godsend. I don't think I'll have time for it tonight, but Paladins has a new hero. Yeah, Paladins is still getting updated. That's not the surprising part, but it's awesome how, like, they have a new hero, champion, whatever the fuck, every 2-3 months. And it is refreshing to have sort of an arena class shooter that's still well kept. I'm not gonna say Paladins isn't still stagnating in its maps. Like, it needs new maps desperately. But Paladins is still adding new champions all the time. I've streamed, like, I think the last few, like, a while ago. But they, like, every time I drop it, I come back in 2 months and there's a fair share of something new. Usually just a champion. So, I might reserve that for next week. I do want to stream Paladins again at some point. If nothing else, just to check out the character. But that's something that's kind of at the cutting room floor of tonight's Movement Shooter Tuesday. There's more Paladins content. And the reason I cut it is just, I don't feel like Paladins is something I can super investedly play for more than like an hour. It's not a game I can play for like 4-hour binges. Because it's always the same, like, 6 maps. They do, I think they have like a new game mode, which is super vertical, but I don't think they have a new map for it. I think it's just like a custom game. I'm all out of wall breaches. Leave, fine, I was already going. Yeah, it's wild to me when Paladins makes new champions. It's not even like they're just rehashing. I mean, they do rehash mechanics, but it's fun. They're not just adding something for the sake of adding something. Like, they genuinely, their devs sit down and they play test what would be a fun character for this game. And that's what I love about the game. If nothing else, they are always fun kits to play with. And no one can ever take that away from Hi-Rez. I booted up Smite for the first time in months, and there's all this new shit. Like, there's new gods I haven't played. They've changed the whole buying system, so more items can get upgraded. Your starter items have this whole, like, subcategory thing. There's so much that I do feel bad about, like, ever telling people that an MMO can be good, but man, it's fun. I haven't tried their new game, Bad Company, I think is what it's called. They have like a 5v5 tactical shooter or something. No one talks about it, which is par for the course of Hi-Rez. I don't plan on trying it, but I trust their teams, if nothing else. Rogue Company. Ah. I'm thinking of a JoJo stand. Yeah, Rogue Company. Hello, CEO? Big robot? Forgot where I found him. I can do that. This is a Metal Gear Rising boss. And by that I just mean a big robot. Damn. Yeah, this is a little challenging. The enemies never spawn in the same spot, which makes this a little annoying. Why does he sound like Alistair? I'm out. Man. Why make such a big boss arena and then spawn the enemy at the back corner of it? Just do me a solid here. Throw me a bone, man. The ammo runs out in a single clip. This is horrifying. Okay. I don't have a secondary weapon, by the way. When I lose my guns, I have to run at them. About to headbutt this thing. There's not a comfortable slide hop either. You just start sliding awkwardly, so you can't really build speed. Show it. I won't lie, this is a pretty badass fight. Cinematically. Pink boys. Like I have to learn how the game's spawn system works. I have to turn a corner just so they can properly spawn in. Otherwise I'm just waiting for nothing. Yup. Chapter 5 done. There's a story here. So, the protagonist, who is definitely not Samus, just beat a CEO of a building. And now I'm gonna kill them all. And that's the story of Severed Steel. Does the protagonist have a name? Or is she just Samus Aran? Who knows? Game's fun though. I don't think the protagonist has to have character, but if you're like, it feels like a wasted opportunity to kind of make your character a strong Samus Aran type, but play into it so hard it's literally just Samus. Like it's a fit blonde girl with an arm cannon. And I feel like it's hard to sell that as more than just a nod, you know? Which again, it's fine. That's your angle. I won't act like I've been so hyper tuned into these cutscenes that I didn't miss a detail. Samus was not this violent or brutal. Well, towards humans. If these are humans. I think they are. If it dies to a headshot, it's human enough. That's what I say. Because there must be a brain in there. You guys hear that the Mario movie got canceled? It didn't, so I'd be surprised if you heard that. But if I made it one person double take, then I'm glad I said it. Wait, what? Take this. Am I in love with movement shooters? That's a heavy word. I'm keeping it steady with them. I'm feeling out this relationship, you know? Not looking for anything. I'm in a polyamorous relationship with multiple movement shooters. I played through a demo in another game at the beginning of this stream, but I'm finding this is the one I'm having the most fun with, so I'm kind of just committed to beating this. I don't really have anything else. Like, there's the Stray demo on Steam, and the Paladin's Hero, and Metroid Prime 2. And, you know, if I wanted to go further, I could even play Halo Infinite or Splitgate or something. But I like playing this, which is why I'm still on this one. Yeah, I try to make it clear at the beginning of the stream, just so you have an idea of, like, if I'm going through 20 demos or if I'm just going through 3 games. Which is why I only had a couple for tonight. Activate the exhibit. There's a Picasso exhibit in Atlanta. I've been to the Da Vinci one, where they have this... I'm trying to think of the word they use. Immersive experience, where all of the walls have projectors on them, and they just sort of glow with various artwork of Da Vinci. That is what the Da Vinci one was. They had a VR game, and sit down and play. It was alright. It wasn't mind-blowing. But I hear they're doing a Picasso one that I'm hedging about going to, but the problem is you have to reserve really in advance to even make it. And I'm a Picasso fan. I'm a Blue Period stan. You know Nirvana's doing NFTs, which is heartbreaking for a number of reasons. holding back the urge to just break down a wall, like try to shoot my way to the objective, because I know it's too far to be practical right now. I guess it's not that Nirvana's doing NFTs, but the holder of the brand is using Nirvana's image for NFTs. So I believe they have old footage from some of their live shows, which they're selling snippets of as NFTs, or photos of as NFTs. I can assure you Kurt Cobain is not making NFTs. I hope not, that is. Doesn't feel like the right way to get up here, but I got up here. I feel like sooner or later, I'm gonna hit a problem. There's already this ongoing issue where some people will take YouTuber, really just influencer content, and turn it into NFTs without their permission. People do that with everything, with fans, with creators. And I have friends who, like, clips from their videos, their thumbnails, the most random shit has been turned into NFTs by just, like, completely unassociated parties. God knows I get a lot of emails of people asking to do that, but some people just do it, even if you say no, even if they don't ask. What do you see? I see mesa biome. I see the compartmentalization of emotional states and the rift, the bloody rift that can separate the light from the darkness. I see money. Cha-ching. So I didn't notice this before, but the artifacts are a crowbar, a Master Chief helmet, and a cock gun, a key, a jiggy. It's maybe a golden gun. The golden gun. I get this one and this one. Is this like a GoldenEye reference? It must be, right? Damn it. What do you see? I see... God. I see, I see... Kind of like flip upside down. Boy, they don't make this easy, do they? It's like, what does that look like to me? That looks like... Maybe I look from afar. It's like... I can't I can't think of anything besides the obvious. What the fuck? How was this art? It looks like... See, maybe if I squint I can come up with something. It looks like... I was trying to make a face. I can't. It's only a landscape. There's nothing else. It's only a landscape. I see the closed eye of an individual who's coming out of Plato's cave, so to speak, and a portion of his closed eye can still be blinking open, with the realization that he's no longer staring at a shadow. I see a cutie. Oh, yeah. Fine use of color palette there to make a distinction between the different parts of the face, showing the desaturation at the edges of the head, the flow of the blood through the body, culminating around the eyes and the chin, the flushness of the outer regions. Oh yes, I see the withering leaves of a tree pinned onto the wall of a psychopath, trying to find the connections of nature where none exist. I see the scribblings of a 6-year-old who found parchment in the cabinet of his mother's work desk. I gotta do the whole thing over. Can't pick up the shield for some reason. I see humanity's impetus on full display for the museum. The sheer grandiosity, a belief in oneself that it ascends beyond even the physical form, whether that be marble or skin. I see the hollow nature of one's metaphorical cloth. How one can cover themselves with nothing. I see the grace of nature. Oh man, you're not giving me much to work with here, are you? Well, no, that's my bad. I see... Oh. No save point for ogling the statues, it seems like. I like the vinyl slowdown with each, well, slowdown. I see some really warped swimming glasses. Let's see, we got, oh, this is some interesting, we got some pointillism. Well, that's not pointillism. We have some paintillism. The refraction of a sun, of a far sun off of a dark melancholy planetary crust. That's just a tree. But maybe it represents the human brain as it pines into the soul at the center. That looks like a Pokemon. A thing that falls out of trees. A Burmy? That's a Burmy. That's, this looks like far out, man. I see the explosion of an atom. Or, I see a parallax strip. Viewed from the inside. Take their power. I don't like how ominous the narration in this game is. Take their power. I do like how it's ominous. I lied. Hey, man. Give me a save point for taking their power. Which surprises me, but I can also probably just run where I need to, so I don't need to fight everything again. Yep. Is it normal to make monkey noises at your dog? Like, sometimes I'll play with my dog like I'm another dog, right? Like, I'll bark at him, like, do little swipes at him, but sometimes I'll just, like, make monkey noises and dance with him. And I wonder, like, if it translates to him. Like, I wonder if my dog sees that and kind of remembers, like, oh yeah, this is a whole different thing for me. Because I think it's funny. Because like as a human ape descendant thing, I think it's really funny and bizarre that we just interact with another species. Like we just live with dogs and stuff. So I figure a dog would find it funny that it's interacting with me. And I don't do it random. Like I don't walk up to my dog on its bed and just start. Like if I'm playing with it outside, you know? I switch gears sometimes. I don't think it's weird. This is a tricky room. That's a new gun. It's like a really long pistol or something. Pretty good tempo of just taking the first weapon that drops. So you just never have to reload. You can caught with your pants down either, just unable to shoot. I think I can pass this way. Nope, the second I got a bad gun, it was over. The salmon, I guess I haven't been using it. I can use it. It doesn't do damage, which is why I was avoiding, but I could give myself some new walkways. I was just worried about, like, I have cover, and if I destroy the cover, it's just easier for them to shoot me. I see something. It's not the game, but alright, I'm seeing colors and a lot of zappy effects. Cheese it time. A lot of point to that maze. Oops. Oh wow, now the devs really just having fun with this level design, aren't they? And the devs having fun, I'm having fun. So the dev must be really bored right now. That was a joke. It's too risky to just try and platform. You really gotta clear out the pea shooters. I can't see anything. Step 1, get some hefty orange bags from your local store. Just want to see if I could piss someone off. I want to see if I can just platform up without having to deal with peanut gallery. I don't know how I feel about using just a giant green block for your level design. I'm a little mixed on that decision. The night's gone. Oh. I'm trying to, well, you'll see if it works. Um. So bad news. Oh, okay. Oh no, I can work. I can work with this. Well, I was hoping for cleaner results here, but the whole game is so green. It's hard. Well, can I work with that? It'd be better if I have a 16 by 9 meme. I might have, well, let me look. I had a very specific image that I want. This isn't about being funny anymore. This is about making myself laugh. Which I haven't done yet, so... Well... Maybe I should think about it. I'm going to use this moment to remind everyone to clean your documents. I guess I could just pull like a random photo. I was trying to find a really specific image that I apparently just don't have on file. I could probably work with that. Stupid. Alright, I don't think I can find it, so I'm gonna have to spoil it. I had a picture of Weezer from a Fred video of Rivers Cuomo saying, "Guys, I think we need to call a Weezer hurdle, a Weezer huddle." But my entire desktop is just textures for Source Filmmaker models. And I'm sorry to say that I think the joke has been lost to my disorganization. That or I saved it on my phone. So I'm just gonna have to get like a backup image here. I figure I've been streaming for like 5 hours. I can just do what I want. There are no rules at this point. Like, there is nobody holding me to a standard. Yeah, I can work with that. Alright, just gotta make it through the maze now. It needs calibration. But I'm getting shot. Well, no, you do notice it, but in motion, it's not as noticeable. Almost like it's not even there, really. I will say this is much better than looking at the green. For me. Better for the eyes. Even though technically you have more green cones in your eyes than you do red or blue cones. Your cone is filled with little your eye is filled with little traffic cones, but you have more green ones than red or blue. And that's why we can distinguish green better. That's why cameras use green screens more often than other colors. And don't question any of that explanation. It was one-to-one scientifically accurate. I'm starting to see why they did this camouflage bit. I thought it was, like, really pointless, but they're doing a thing. Okay, I'm sorry, I couldn't take it not having this image, so I googled it and it took 5 seconds to find the photo. I spent 6 minutes in my Google Docs looking for something that was on the first result of Google. You can't even see the punchline. You can't even see the word hurdle. Oh, no, you can. Okay. No, we're good. We're good. The amount of time I've spent setting up this green screen, I would have beaten the level by now. What if I opened this VOD at a different time and put it under the green screen? So the green screen was the game on a delay. Would I just see the game infinitely? Well, since I raised the question, I don't know what's going on with the view model there. Sorry, I have my second monitor on capture, but I have to crop the whole thing. All right, and then I put this under the game capture. I can't tell if it's on. No, it is. Okay. This is... So, what you're seeing now is the edge of the universe. This is what it feels like to be shit-faced. This is exactly what it feels like to be shit-faced just walking around outside in a hedge maze. Am I inside? I can't even tell if I'm inside or outside. What the fuck is this? There must be a word for this effect, but God knows I don't know what it is. Epileptic warning for people that might be prone to seizures. Oh, I killed them all. Now I gotta turn on the lights. See, this isn't so bad. Climb. Wait, yeah, no, I can do that. See, so I'm looking at my OBS, so I'm trying to play the game through this filter. So I don't see just the green, which is making this a little harder. Because I have to platform. I'm just seeing how long it takes to stop if I just stand still. It's still going. Deep. One, 2, 3. I'm testing my stream delay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, this is going nowhere. So you don't even notice it now. No, you do. Okay, I'll turn it off. I can't, it's too much. I've sobered up, everybody. I've had a coffee and a water and 6 melatonin gummies, and I'm sober now. See, now in comparison, this fast game isn't that disorienting, is it? I've actually kind of brain hacked myself. Because by comparison, this is actually pretty tame. So, you're welcome. Could I chroma key the color green and replace it with a slightly different tint of green? Like, I'm more of an emerald guy. I'm more of a lime green. I'm not really a fan of forest green. I'm not a pine guy. Flamethrower is not to play here. I think I'm on like chapter 7, and honestly, it seems like this will probably drag out into the AM. I might I might play to the end of the chapter and finish this up tomorrow. Because I really thought this would be like a 3-hour game. Or 2-hour. Can do, boss. Ow. Oh, I just flashbanged myself. If you could have night vision, but you had to wear really goofy, stupidly oversized goggles during the day, would you do it? So you can see in the dark, but you can't see in the light without looking like an idiot. You can see, but you have to wear the goggles. Like, you can't get smaller goggles. You have to wear the big, stupid engineer goggles. I can't really think of a situation where I need to see at night. But I do have cataracts, so when I drive, I see streaks of light. And it would be nice to not have that. It gets dark in my house, and I don't want to use lamps. You know what needs to come back in fashion? Those little candle holders you walk around with. No one makes those anywhere. No one's ever advertising, hey, do you want to walk around with a candle? Here's a candle holder. You gotta go on, like, the deep web to get one. Don't trip. Well, I'm not gonna wear my Heelys and hold my candle holder at the same time. That's obvious. Oh, to be a middle-aged Victorian housewife. With no care in the world except for losing your 7th child to the Black Plague. Or syphilis. I feel like some of you out there are having too good of days, so I need to take you down a peg. Weezer's gonna make 4 albums this year. That should keep you level. Luckily, I'm fireproof, apparently. Except for when it's being specifically directed at me. In which case, I'm very unfireproof. Fire unproof. Fire vulnerable? I wish I was fire evidence in real life. Objective, keep destroying. I think it literally, it means destroy stuff. What's my... It's not an obsession. At this point, it's just sort of like white noise for my brain. Like, I can take it or leave it. The real answer is it's just, it's a freebie to talk about when I got nothing else to say. I typically conserve it, but with these longer streams where I'm just playing a game, I get a bit more susceptible to making the easy punches, which I would not usually do in the first 4 hours. I just yoinked his gun from midair. I was kind of hoping there would be priceless artifacts around to destroy, but it's mostly just lanterns. Gets the job done, I guess. Explode. Okay. I'm about 8 hours into this game, and I still don't understand what resets my... Oh, I just I know what resets my explosions. It's siphoning energy, which I guess I only do at a certain distance. Huh. Thank you for the prime, Yekin. I've never listened to Weezer. Would you actually recommend them for a first listen? No. I wouldn't recommend you ever listen to Weezer. What gave you that impression? If you like music, I recommend music. To give you an honest answer, like, yeah, they've got a couple good songs. Their early stuff is heartfelt, their later stuff is very contrived. But occasionally they show really an impressive understanding of why people find music catchy, I guess. But yeah, no, I mean, I would. I'm not gonna sell you. I have no personal investment on you listening to them. My running gag is if you understand my humor, then, you know, it's a +1 when you hear me talk. If you don't, it's at worst a little grating. Which is why I limit it. So I don't. I keep getting like so close, and then I just lose all my HP. I'm confused. It seemed like the meter was going way faster when I just killed stuff, even though it wants me to destroy, which is what my destruction tool is for. I think the big open areas with a lot of vertical, faraway sniping spots is where this game's really fun. I do not enjoy these indoor segments. Sometimes you just walk into a room and 6 of them shoot you and can't totally react. Now, to be fair, you can just shoot in and come at a different angle, but I did not think of that before starting this sentence. So, checkmate. I understand what it wants. You just walk into a room and shoot. The second you see orange, shoot it. Which works really well until you run out of ammo, and then can't do anything. You can do something. I guess I could shoot at them and just paralyze them. Man, if only I could think of these things without saying them out loud. Like I had some sort of inside consciousness, and in a like a sub-level dialogue, a sub thought. Call me. I'm seconds away from turning the chroma key on. It's also just frustrating it's starting me with a flamethrower every time. Which I guess I walked in with it, but I didn't realize the first task would be make explosives not within 10 feet of you. Beef stew? This is what happens. I just keep gaming. So I don't usually stream on Wednesdays. I have D&D at 9, so I can't stream at later times. I just get the feeling this game will probably run for a few more hours, which I don't really want to stream the rest of tonight. So, assuming there's as much as I think there is after this level, I'm probably just going to save the rest for tomorrow and keep it a shorter early stream. I don't plan on having a particularly long one. Plus, I have other work to do throughout the day, so there will not be another. I don't know how long I've been going since 6-hour stream. Nah, it won't be that long. He's spewing flames over the last gun in the entire mansion. I'm not mad. I'm not mad. What do I have to be upset about? Fucking damn it. Start getting melodic when I'm mad. What the? Also, I'd hate to say I'm starting to not have fun, and I just want to clear out this level. But I like this game, so I want to finish it, And if nothing else, I need to collect footage of the full game. So I don't want to just quit and stop. And I'll feel worse if I quit before I finish this level. I'm letting my seed power me. I'm seed powered. These flamethrowers were really cute until they weren't. I'm trying to get close enough to siphon their energy, but there's so much suppressive fire. I almost can't. I have to kill them before I get close. I just don't make it otherwise. Feels like a good run so far, though. There we go. It's one layer down. Let me fix that. They got a weak spot. And they just don't show it, unfortunately. Seems like the environment's 100% destructible. I have not encountered a terrain that could not be shot to shards. Get out? Oh, don't mind if I do. So, should I use the exit or should I just make my own? I'm actually out of charges, so I can't. Auto walk? Okay, no, I have found my stopping point. I beat it. The mansion is officially destroyed. Loved it. I love me destroying some property. 3 levels left. I didn't actually get a catch on what level I'm on, but it's 12:30. Chat's not super active, and I'm kind of tired from that last level. I think I'm just going to call it. But 3 levels, yeah, no, I can knock that out quickly. I think my plan is I'm going to actually just call it here and do a early stream tomorrow, just like a little 1-2 hour to finish this up. Maybe boot up one of the leftover demos I have sitting around. I like this game. I'm having fun. I would 100% recommend it to people that are looking for a destructive movement shooter. It's not top of its craft in certain qualities. Like you've seen visually, it's a little simple. And, you know, it can get a little super Meat Boyish. It can really start to make you feel like you're just throwing your body over and over at a death wall. But I'm having fun outside of that one level where, really honestly, I have streamer brain, so probably could have played it quicker. Either way, yeah, I'm gonna call it tonight. I'm thinking probably see me live tomorrow around 2 to 4 p.m. just to finish this up, maybe play a couple other things. But otherwise, the next stream's on Friday. I kind of am weighing towards doing an SFM night, a YouTube react stream where I maybe just go through a backlog of all the random source filmmakers that have come out that I don't, because I don't really watch them in my own time. So maybe we'll have a pseudo movie night on Friday if you're interested in that. I'm not playing the game, I'm just walking around so it's not dead silent. So yeah, next planned stream's on Friday, next stream is tomorrow. And just a reminder, you got about 68 hours or so left on that plush if you want to get one. I don't know if you'll have another chance. It helps me a lot with my finances and stuff, and just keeping the videos coming out. But don't feel, you know the stick. So that's it. Thank you. Bye-bye.